We're just going through the internal processes to have it signed by the DG and the Premier, and then issued to the relevant HOD. There are currently 12 investigations which were possible. Like I said, that we will address the possible ones. So based on what we are doing on the lead assessment, where we are planning, there are about 12 investigations which are likely to come through with regards to UIFW. Those are the ones that we will report on next time when we meet, in terms of whether they were finalized or they were referred for investigation. 7 investigations are at planning phase, with some planned for outsourcing. So we do outsource some of the investigations due to the issues of capacity. And we are working with private investigators as well as SIU, and I think the members will remember that there is now a proclamation that has been signed nationally, so we are also tapping into that to make sure that we achieve the goals of finalizing the reports timelessly. So 3 are at execution stage, 2 are at reporting stage. For a report on recommended UIFW, unauthorized expenditure, we have 22,795, 10. These are just what I've gone through, but the total amount there is 904 million with regards to all these departments in relation to the UIF and NW. UIF emanating from finalized investigations. So these are the ones that are now supposed to have been reported to Treasury by departments after the investigation, because they are obliged to do that, to report this UIFW. So the total is 904 million, and it, for unauthorized expenditure, it was 22, the one that I've just spoken to, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, 38 million. Maybe let me go straight to the prior years, 2017. I just wanted to show that there are investigations as far back as 2017, and also just to highlight this 2018 financial year. So these are the investigations which we'll call a backlog, but which we are going to prioritize now. That we are getting new staff members to join the unit. The unit is being capacitated. There is a plan to actually start with the backlog, as well as to channel some to SIU, so that we can make sure that we satisfy the departments. But over and above this, we are supporting the departments with regards to training or ongoing training of ethics officers, risk officers, ongoing audit committee engagements, where we discuss these issues and involve the stakeholders that the DG has spoken to, PSC, Public Protector, South African Human Rights Commission. So we are working together with the departments with regards to this. So unauthorized expenditure for education, one case here is still in execution. So you will see from this slide that where it says scoping, it still means planning or lead analysis. So there are matters that are ready, like all these matters on the slide except for one. These ones are finalized, and we will be sending them throughout. But the delay, we had to put them in here because they are delayed based on when we received the instruction to investigate. But they are now finalized, and we just put the reason that they were delayed simply because of lack of capacity. Let me address the last issue, which is the issue of capacity. I know that okay, so this unit, like I indicated before, moved from Treasury to Office of the Premier, and when it moved, it already had matters that it was attending to, and with the publication of the the report and everything that has been done by the Office of the Premier in relation to the prioritizing integrity and ethics. There has been a huge increase of cases being reported by whistleblowers, and some coming through our hotlines from national, and so it means this unit needed to be capacitated in order to be able to do this work without having to spend more money in outsourcing this work. So far there is an organizational structure work study that is being done to make sure that people are put properly in their positions within this unit. There is a job evaluation of newly proposed posts. There are post titled to be in line with their job description. We're developing business case on the provincial forensic audit, revised service model for 30 September. So this is supposed to be finalized by 30 September 2022. Possible secondment of officials. There are departments that have investigators that can be seconded to the Office of the Premier to assist with the pressure where they don't have a lot of cases in their department. So we are also looking into that as a way of capacitating this unit. Current recruitment that is underway to capacitate this unit. There's been a recruitment in the past months, and as a result we have 6 officials that will be joining the unit on the 1st of October. We are currently awaiting an approval to fill in 2 more posts. 3 more positions within this unit. Hopefully by November we will have more people in the unit, and the turnaround times will be reduced. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much to the Office of the Premier for you didn't just only keep to time, you gave us a lot of time for us to discuss. Thank you very much for that. Just a quick comment is that the details that she didn't go through, tomorrow afternoon the committee will be getting into breakaway sessions where we look at all the details. The reports we have received, the details will be received there, will be discussed there. So I just wanted to indicate that I know that the bigger question will be about how the chairpersons of the various committees will receive this report, and also about how some of our stakeholders will. What we will do is that because it's information that we'll process through our committee, we'll be able to share that with yourselves. Let me open now for questions, not comments. Let's clarify that. You will comment later this afternoon. Just questions for clarity, because the reports have been presented. I'm taking hands. Number 1, Honorable Randall. Number 2 at the back. And then I'm looking at hands. Okay, let's hear Honorable Randall.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna
I don't think it's. Let's see if it is working. Okay, continue.
Right, on the second presentation on the UIFW investigations, Chair, in terms of the ICT procurement, I just wanted to find out whether CETA has played a role in these cases here, because obviously they're the government agency. Secondly, there was an abbreviation that I don't know, RWOPS, or WOPS, I don't know what it stands for. And then cases received from whistleblowers, and I've heard that there was an increase. Would it be from community members, contractors? Where would the increase be coming from? The second last question, in terms of blacklisting of suppliers and contractors, if you go onto the national database, you won't often find Gauteng blacklisting suppliers, in contrast with provinces like Limpopo. You will often find Limpopo blacklisting. Why are we not doing that? And then last question, in terms of the 12 investigations that's being outsourced,
At what cost? And will the capacity building assist, and how soon will capacity building assist in terms of not having to outsource investigations? Thank you.
Thank you. Number 2.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to Honorable MEC, all senior members of
I've done that for
government.
you.
Yes, okay, no, thank you for interjecting. Thank you very much. Mine would be
introduce yourself.
Raletori Kikai, MPEC Coordinator, Mohale City Municipality. Consequence management seems to be not happening or implemented. Now, I just need to be clarified so that one is on par. Is there a lead or some documented reference where we can say, why do you fail to implement when there is a clear indicative way of doing such? Because other than that, forever, irregularities as non-compliance with legislation will recur. That will be to the AG's earlier report. And finally, on the Gauteng Legislature or Office of the Premier, look, accounting officers, it's true, are responsible for consequence management implementation. For accounting or informing Treasury and the MSC Finance in the province to say irregularities will be incurred, and as a result, he or she needs to be exonerated. But if that's not reported to Treasury or MEC Finance in the province, what needs to happen? Because I think if there's consequence for such, irregularities could be contained to an extent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there still more hands? Okay, those are the 2 questions. Office of the Premier and Office of the AG. You still want to ask a question? Okay.
No,
if it's a question or a comment.
No, it will be a question, but we can take it further. My name is Azuchi Tangano. I'm a member of the SCOPA committee in Gauteng. I just want to check with in relation to the last presentation.
The Office of the Premier.
The Office of the Premier. Yes, they've indicated that investigations have taken place, and they were giving us the status as to where the investigations are at, whether finalized or what. But what they are not indicating is once it's finalized, what is it which has been found or recommended? It's just blank, yes, the investigations are taking place, but we are not being taken into confidence as to what has actually transpired.
Okay. You want to ask a question also? Okay.
Good morning, I'm Beverly Badenhorst, member of
Just
SCOPA.
put it closer to you, Honorable Badenhorst.
I'm Beverly Badenhorst, member of SCOPA. Chair, I wanted to, there's a question that I need to ask. It's now, why is the Premier not coming when he's supposed to come? And this is now the 2nd or the 3rd time that he's not coming to SCOPA. So I want to know, he's always got excuses, lame excuses, if I may put it like that. It never comes here, and there's no consequence management. I just want to know what's happening, Chair. Thank you.
Now let me deal with that, because it's a matter that was discussed with me by the Premier. Let's just clarify, the Premier did appear before this committee last year, and he did give us a detailed report. The second time the Premier was supposed to appear before this committee was early this year, or sometime in the middle of the year. But there was already a commitment, but the Premier then committed to inviting us to a session which took place at Langlach. What's that place? Where the state of the province, Sophia Town. We were all invited as members of SCOPA. The report was presented there. So today I've explained the Premier was going until there was an issue that there's a meeting of the local government summit. And that was discussed with me. I looked at what's there, then I agreed that the Premier, it's okay if he's not here, as long as the officials that have information are here. So I thought I should clarify that so that there's no misunderstanding.
He has asked me to represent him. I'm representing the Premier too.
Oh, you also represent the
Yeah, he
Premier?
spoke to me that I must represent him.
No, it's fine.
So for now, I'm the acting Premier, Honorable Parenos.
Okay. Okay. Let's. Are there further questions? No, I thought that one I should clarify. I don't want also the Premier to clarify because it was discussed with me, you see, and I'm the one who then agreed that it can happen like that. So, any other questions? There aren't. I don't know who's going to start. Office of the AG first, and then Office of the Premier on consequence management and all those things that are not reported. You can. Do you want to be there, or you want to come forward? Okay, sure.
Thank you, Chairperson. If I got the question right, it seems like consequence management is not happening and what needs to happen. I think based on the report or the presentation I did on the overall audit outcomes, what I presented indicated that we can see instances of consequence management being applied. And that was specifically looking at your, your irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful, and the extent of closing balance still in that specific area. But it's not happening at a fast enough pace in terms of the investigations that needs to unfold to determine whether people need to be held accountable or not. But also in terms of the individual departments, if you look at the Department of Health, there was quite a bit of consequence management taking place within that specific department within at least the last year or 2 years. But what needs to happen, speaking to individual departments and entities, is also for the leadership of those entities and departments to do timely, I would say, root cause analysis of why things are happening the way it should when there are instances, for example, of non-compliance or non-adherence to standard operating procedure, to determine whether it's intentional by specific people not following process that they're supposed to follow, and determine whether disciplinary action needs to be taken and take that disciplinary action timeously. Also with our theme, we said promoting accountability at the right level. So also to identify who should be held accountable and at which level, and then which level also then needs to institute accountability to that level. So identifying the right person or right level to be held accountable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Officer of the Premier. You want to sit there or you want to come here? Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the question. I will start with the RWAPS question, which means remunerative work outside public service. Yeah, so that is also was pointed out as an issue with regards to a number of people doing work outside public service without being authorized to do so, because they are able to do it, but a person needs to get prior authorization before doing that kind of work. And then with regards to capacitation, there's a question whether capacitation of this unit will assist or whether that will stop the Office of the Premier or the forensic unit from outsourcing work. Capacitation will definitely assist a great deal, because at least we'll have less matters that are being outsourced. I won't rule out the possibility of matters being outsourced, because some of the matters will be extremely complicated after the lead analysis, and they will require services that we don't have internally and expertise that we might not have internally. So They will need the service providers like SIU. And the other question linked to that was who is paying for that, and it is the province and the departments themselves that are paying for their own investigations. And then the issue of consequence management, I think it has been covered, but I just wanted to highlight that we do engage with departments as soon as their reports are out, which is outlined in the integrity management report that was released by the Office of the Premier. We engage with them and we follow up on issues of consequence management. For example, where there is a report that recommends that someone be disciplined or criminal actions be taken, we follow up with them and engage with each department for the purpose of presenting those at a audit committee, and also just to make sure that they are able to implement the recommendations that would have been made by the investigations. Even for the investigations that were outsourced, we still follow up with the departments for them to implement. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, there are a number of questions you didn't respond to.
Okay.
There was one on the CETA.
That one I will pass to the DG Chair.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let me
Yes, and then the blacklisting of companies, that is a mandate. The mandate is given to the HOD, because we don't take away the responsibility of the accounting officer. So the HOD still have a duty to do what she is expected to do by a PFMA, which includes even reporting this UIFW to Treasury. That is not done by us. Hence the report, once it's finalized, it's packaged and it's sent to the HOD to implement. Thank you. Is there any other question, Chair, except for the CETA one?
No, there are many. There's one on cost of outsourcing. Why is your report not also about findings? Then it's about the whistleblowing. Yes.
Okay. The costs for outsourcing, we firstly outsource to the companies that are on the database, and we also outsource to SIU, and they have different charges. Like I indicated before, it depends on the scope of the investigation. I won't have a specific figure in terms of how much does that cost, because it varies from one investigation to the other. But I can safely mention that those amounts are paid by the departments responsible for that particular matter. For example, if it's a health matter, it's health that will pay those costs to SIU, because we still pay for SIU as well. And the other question I will then give to the DG to respond to. Through you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Of course, the issue of blacklisting and it's something that we'll have to do together with the Provincial Treasury, so that all those companies, indeed, they do appear in the national blacklisting, as the Honourable Member is indicating. But of course, we do that through our Provincial Treasury, because most of the companies that we're dealing with are vendor listed in our Treasury department. With regards to whistleblowing, I think in line with the national process, we are improving the issue of the protection of whistleblowers, which is something has been a big issue in the past few months. And I think we should be able to conclude on the issue, because if we do not improve on that policy, we're unlikely to get as many people as possible coming up and raising issues as and when allegations are raised. But the most important thing is to make sure that those that raise issues, particularly public servants, are protected, not only protected against public servants, but also with regards to service providers themselves. So I think it's very, very important that we improve on that area of work. I think the conclusion of the outcomes of the reports, in most instances, where we have asked institutions that we were mentioning earlier, whether SIU and so forth and so on, some of the issues end up being taken over criminally in relation to the Hawks, and subsequently you could see as and when those institutions provide the outcomes of those reports. But that's why, again, there's been this introduction of the biannual report that is called the State of Ethics Report in the province. It is in that report that we will use the opportunity to report on the work we are doing, including the fact that some of the work would have been concluded by other institutions. Whether you take the issue of the Charlotte Maxeke, the fired Charlotte Maxeke, the conclusion of that, the work that has happened in terms of the investigation, Chair, might have not been done internally, but the institution that we're working with will be able to then make the pronouncements as and when they are able to conclude that area of work. I do think that the issue of SETA, the MEC for Finance, who's here on the capacity as acting premier, he's also the MEC of eGov. So in our province, we work with eGov in relation to ICT-related matters, and through eGov then works with the SETA. But I'm sure when the MEC is given an opportunity, can be able to further indicate as to how then do we deal with those issues. The intention is to strengthen eGov so that we're able to follow through on ICT-related challenges that are existing in the province. That includes the automation systems that we're introducing in as far as issues of tracking performance, but also following on all the related issues to speed up investigation as well. So that I think we should be able to indicate when the MEC, I'm using this opportunity to delegate upward chair, that the MEC for eGov can be able to speak further on this important issue of automation or improving systems in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So the MEC will be presenting the report later, so maybe she'll be able to touch on that as well. There's one matter that I think it's important that we clarify, because in all sessions that I'm in, there seems to be a perception or just an issue that when you talk consequence management, it's only punitive. My understanding, and I might be wrong, is that if there was a transaction made, as an example, and that transaction was done by a person who does not have skills to do that, part of consequence management is to capacitate that, to train that person with necessary skill. If maybe there was a problem with the system, maybe it's an IT system, there was a problem, if you don't address that system, you are not, then that's a lack of consequence management, but addressing the system is one. Yes, there are other bigger issues. I think that is the general understanding, where there's acts of criminality, then people, in some cases, monies must be, what is the correct word? Recovered. Yes. So those are bigger issues. So I thought I should just clarify that, so that you don't just limit consequence management to punitive measures only. It's broader than that as well. But yes, the bigger portion has to do with that. I'm not sure if we find, I want us to break for the next 25 minutes for tea, so that then we come back. We will start at 11:30. So I said we will start at 7:30. I didn't say we will come into the room at 11:30. So we'll start at that. So if you can come back just before that. Thank you very much, Mr. Achen.
I need to go get the clarity of if they would not want us to see. I would love for you. Oh no, you are the.
She was telling me about this meeting. Why do you don't people I know about it? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, they're in the Provincial. So I wanted to know now, because they are not, who are the new ones? Who are the new ones? They'll announce it on the first. But I'm saying, so people is yeah. So Jesus, I'm already going to give yeah, there's no yeah, except all of us. That's one thing that I'm not scared of control. I'm scared of yes. And this thing we are going to eat, it will happen according to the laws. It's not the political level. Understand it. Yeah. Don't panic, it's fine.
So it's open either way. Okay.
According to the
Because Maz is saying on a split the screen meanwhile, right? Yeah. So can you readjust the camera where it's at? Can you readjust the camera? Yeah. That's what we do. All right.
Yeah, and the multiplier. Oh, it's fine. Yeah, bring a multiplier.
No shot. Okay, ma. Oh, yeah. Then when you appeared, and then it left.
I'm saying when I was having lunch,
Who are alive? Or who are alive? Yes, okay.
May we close the doors, please? So that the people can see what we've started.
I don't know. She just asked me, is the DG at SCOPA? I said, yes, we're at SCOPA. She's there the whole day.
Let us
So I just thought you must.
then call over the Gauteng Provincial Treasury to make the presentation. I don't know, MEC, if you'd like to open first before Gauteng Treasury, or are they going to just go ahead and present?
Chair, they must just go and present.
Okay, thank you very much. Gauteng Provincial Treasury. Please close those doors at the back so that people don't disturb us.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, MEC, Honorable Members, DG, GPG colleagues, AGSA team, amongst us, Public Protector, the Public Service Commission, and colleagues at large. We will be making a presentation. My name is Numi Samyani, the Head of Department for the Gauteng Provincial Treasury. We will be making a presentation on our analysis of the audit outcomes. The purpose of our presentation is to try and give an outcome of the analysis that we've done and identifying the risk areas that the outcomes of the numbers are telling us and the implications of those. As earlier indicated by the acting DG, we are looking at other different interventions in terms of improving just the performance of the departments and the government as a whole in the form of the war room, where it is focusing on clean and ethical governance, working together with the Office of the Premier. And the areas that we are focusing on are the issues of the payment of invoices within 30 days and 15 days, 15 days specifically focusing on SMMEs, and also under that we're also focusing on the payments or intergovernmental debt in the form of municipalities. And we're also looking at the aspect of the litigations because we're spending a lot of money, and some of the litigations or the claims that we eventually have to pay, it's not a matter of that we are always guilty, but we are not prompt and precise in how we handle the litigation process, and we find ourselves becoming liable because the courts, you know, they have tight timelines in how we actually handle these claims, and also educating or just empowering and capacitating our legal units in aspects of alternative dispute resolutions, which are options that can save us a lot of money. Also, I think what has been topical today, we have a pillar that is looking at consequence management, how to apply the processes, because sometimes especially on the punitive side, Chair, is the fact that if you don't follow the correct process, even if there is wrongdoing, but there is nothing much you can do about it. And also looking specifically on the matters of irregular and unauthorized expenditure, and lastly focusing on issues of transformative procurement in line with the township economy revitalization. Honorable Chair, I would like to invite our acting PAG, Mr. Jafta Mhlongo, who will take us through the presentation, the details. What we'll do, the first 10 slides are focusing on the audit outcomes, so we'll skip that because AJ has already spoken in detail on those matters, and we will focus on our analysis. Mr. Mhlongo, and then we'll take care of the questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, HOD. Good morning, Chair. And I think the protocol has been established, so it's safe to say all protocol observed. Thank you very much. I understand that I'm standing between us and lunch. Can I have the presentation on the screen in there? So yeah, the presentation is on the screen now. I will start on slide number 11 as the HOD indicated. It's from slide 1, from slide 2 to slide 10. is the same information that has been presented here by AG. So I'll be just looking at the detailed analysis of what these outcomes is telling us and what the financial statements are telling us going forward. So on this specific slide, Chair and the members of SCOPA, is to indicate that there is a relationship when you look at the key management positions in the departments based on the outcomes that we see in the province. So in those key positions, we're talking about your accounting officer, we're talking about your CFO, and we're talking mainly in the area that drives procurement within the province, being your supply chain within an institution. So some of them, they will have a chief director, some of them, they will have directors running with supply chain. So where you have these key positions not being filled, or recently being filled, there is a relationship that we have realized during the audit process that we find that there is a bit of that accountability and problems relating to how the audit went and the control environment that is within there, because there is no permanent appointee in those specific positions. So looking at these departments, Chair, this is what the picture is telling us in terms of the performance. What is we need to note is that some of the positions we have seen some movement in terms of recruitment process being underway. If you look at Treasury, there we are already at appointing stage. The interviews need to take place. The advert has been done, shortlisting has been done. If you look at the other departments, there is some movement as well, but I think the relevant departments can be able to indicate that. One of the areas as well in terms of the CFOs is on Department of Agriculture. There was a new CFO that was appointed, but unfortunately we cannot hold people to stay longer than they're supposed to, so that CFO is no longer there. So those are some of the things that we are dealing with within the province. When you go to the entities as well, at least the entities looking at it in terms of capacity, they do have capacity in terms of having the CEOs in their organizations and having the accounting officers and supply chain being filled. So in that area, in terms of capacity, you can say that there is the capacity that it's able to attend to those matters that they're supposed to be attended to. So the relationship of these in terms of the details, we're saying that if you have these vacant positions persisting for a longer period, there is that issue of poor accountability, there is issue of that we have seen coming out in terms of culture of consequence management. I think the AG have been talking about that as well, because if they're not properly resourced, you find that there is issues that are coming out in there. In terms of increase in regular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, some of the issues AG mentioned them, Chair. The issue of consequence management, the issue of investigating that needs to be done by the department, the issue of making sure that they deal with what is coming out from the process of irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure that is coming out. On the key risks that we have identified in terms of the past period, the first one on the financial statements that I want to mention is a review of the audit action plans, because you find that the action plans that we're talking about as departments that related to whatever has been discovered during the process, they are actually not talking to the root cause of the problem. You find that other departments will focus on what has been found by AG instead of dealing with the root causes. So those are some of the things that we're looking at to say we need to be dealing with those. Intensify the review of the review of the quality of the financial statement. Those are the areas. Review of the standard operating procedures within the areas that have been identified, and the collaboration that we have with internal audit, just to give management that assurance that your actual internal control environment is indeed improving because you have put in the proper standard operating procedures, and provide training in some of the areas that we're looking at to say where we've seen that maybe it's an issue of as and when the new officials get appointed within a certain area that we've identified, and then we'll find a space to make sure that it's actually training that needs to take place to those officials. And one of the areas, as indicated by AG earlier on, that resulted into regression of the audit opinion is on the performance. The issue there is reliability and usefulness of the performance information. So we find that the departments sometimes are unable to substantiate what they said they have delivered in them. And one of the areas that we need, we're looking at to address those specific risks is looking at the proper review of your APPs, especially when there is a review in the middle of the year and during adjustment. One of the areas that have been identified in consultation with OOP is to say when there's adjustment, you find that they don't go, sometimes they don't go through the Office of the Premier, but if they go through Office of the Premier, they need to make sure as individual departments that they address those areas that have been highlighted by Office of the Premier to say we need to look at these areas. And your technical indicator descriptions as well. On those specific ones, we need OOP is working with the departments, those ones that have been identified, for them not to have properly defined what needs to be delivered. For an example, if you say you're going to deliver 10 boxes of apples, that is not enough for you, for the next person to know that how many apples in that box. You're talking about red apples, you're talking about green apples, so it needs to be properly defined. They say the technical indicator needs to be properly defined so that when somebody else look at it, will say, okay, indeed, this is what he said you're going to deliver, and you deliver in the same quality, the same quantity what they have delivered. So that's one of the area that was identified during the audit process to say we need to strengthen that area, and OOP is assisting us in terms of that. Guess as well to conduct the audit on these areas that have been identified. So already we had an engagement between the Office of the Premier, the GPT, being the PhD's office, and GES to look at the areas to say what work will be done by the OOP and what work will be done by GES so that we don't duplicate in terms of the work that needs to be done, especially on performance information. Chair, this one I will skip. I think the DBE, Melissa, spoke to the implementation of that. The next one, Chair, that I will speak to is on unauthorized expenditure. On this specific one, Chair, we are talking about these two departments. If you look at Department of Health, I think legislature have engaged with this before, and now where it is, the Office of the Premier already certified that bill, and now is going to go to the legislature for it to be enacted as law, so that we can be able to deal with that unauthorized expenditure that is sitting for Department of Health, that is coming back as 2014 and 2015 financial year. Chairperson, the issue of irregular expenditure is not only worrying you, Chair, as a committee, but I think everybody is looking at it to ensure that how can we properly deal with irregular expenditure. So at the end of 21-22, we had an amount of about 6.4 billion. Those ones were due to non-compliance with procurement processes. And only 7.9 billion of the total expenditure irregular expenditure of 47 billion was condoned, and the details are indicated in there. If you look at those opening balances, as indicated earlier on by Melissa as well, the 40 billion of it, then we have broken it down into what was the opening balance and what is in the current financial year. Then the other columns on the right just indicate how much was subsequently condoned by the committee at Provincial Treasury after submission by individual departments. But I must indicate, Chairperson, that the submissions are coming, but they are coming slow to the committee. And one of the areas, I think, is something that was indicated, that the reasons why we have irregular expenditure not going down. One is the issue of consequence management. Two is the issue of investigating the irregular expenditure, because not everything that needs to go to forensics or investigation, because if you look at the framework, the department needs to do that determination of the irregular expenditure determination test. So once they do that specific test, you find that there are certain elements that require forensic investigation. Then they can be able to say, okay, these ones, let's forward them to forensic investigation so that they can be able to dig deep in terms of those investigations, but not to send everything to forensic investigation, because now we are tracking the system while you have not done your determination test. So those are some of the things that we are normally indicating to the departments to say they need to do in order for them to reduce the issues of irregular expenditure, or to reduce the balances in terms of implementing consequence management. And that's why sometimes you find that, okay, maybe I'm sitting with advantage because I serve in that committee. Some of the reasons why you find that they are returned back to the department is that you find that departments have not fully implemented the consequence management, because you cannot condone subject to implementation of the other things that are not implemented. For example, I think Chair did indicate the issue of the policy. So if you say you needed to have a policy, you come to the committee, your policy is on a draft, it's not signed as yet. The committee cannot say, okay, you have implemented, because you have not implemented everything. So those are some of the things that we are pushing for the departments to ensure that they implement it before they can even go to the committee. When we come to Q1, Chair, on issues of irregular expenditure, we are talking about an amount of 1.4 billion that is already been incurred in terms of irregular expenditure. And then you can look at those departments: Department of Health, you have Education, and you have Roads and Transport, and then most of it in Roads and Transport it relates to the bus contract that is still sitting there. So they are going to continue to incur that until they deal with this issue of the contracts that are coming back years back. So going to irregular expenditure on the entities, Chairperson, for the 2021 financial year, we had about 1.8 billion of this amount of irregular expenditure. Looking at what has been incurred in the year, we have about 133 million incurred during this financial year. So those are the ones that we're looking at, and what has been condoned. I'm talking about that 13 million for individual departments, entities that have submitted, and some of them have been condoned within this period. For Q1, in terms of the entities, we're talking about 4.1 million that have been reported in this current quarter of this irregular expenditure. So in terms of it going down, reducing the opening balances, so it's also for the entities, it's still the same issue of making sure that the proper investigation is done. And some of the challenges that have been realized in some of the entities, you find that the cases are coming long back, no one is no longer there. Then in terms of documentation of dealing with those, so they're saying that they must find a way of saying, okay, how do we get proper documents for them to ensure that they deal with those. And some of the issues, Chairperson, in terms of consequence management, if you need to hold somebody accountable, find that person have moved to a different institution within government, you find that that's where some of the delays are, because now that person is in another institution. So those are some of the things that we advise the department on how to best deal with areas where they need to hold somebody accountable, but that person have moved to another department. In terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, Chairperson, on this one, we're saying there has been a huge increase in terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred in 2021 22 financial year. Chairperson, this one, if you ask me, is it how difficult it is to deal with this? Chair, the mandate sits with the accounting officers to look at this. Obviously, they need to follow what the PFMA says for them to deal with this. So the mandate is within the accounting officers to make sure that they follow the right processes to make sure that they write off. So the mandate and they are authorized in terms of dealing with those. So these are the numbers that we're sitting with. Chair, we're looking at 483 in the as the opening balance. But if you look at the far end, the Chair, we have seen that there is a bit of an increase in terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the departments. And Chairperson, when we look at Q1, there was no movement in terms of dealing with fruitless and wasteful expenditure that we have identified, but we're saying there is only that 1,000 that which was incurred in this specific quarter. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure, Chair, in terms of the entities, the total balance is 52 million as at the end of the financial year, Chairperson. Incurred during the year amount to 21 million. So these are some of them that have incurred, and Chairperson, we are sitting now, if you can look at it cumulatively, at 52 from the 31 that we're sitting at from the previous period. For Q1, Chairperson, coming with that specific balance of 52, we're saying only 19,000 was incurred for this specific quarter, which I think is a good picture to look at. Chairperson, we're moving to contingent liabilities. Chair, this is some of the areas that will give us some sleepless nights when talking about the issues of contingent liability, and the next slide that I'll be talking to when we're talking about issues of commitments. So on this one, okay.
Just 1 second. I think there's just a problem with the technical team, so if they can assist us. I know that it's difficult to follow a presentation when you don't see anything there. So I know they're trying to work on something because it keeps on flashing. They're trying to sort that out. I don't know how to handle this now.
that the implementation of the audit action plans is not taking as fast as it's supposed to, so that it can improve the control environment. The workshop with AG and human settlement to guide on how can you best deal with this situation. The reason why we have put it here, Chairperson, if you look at the housing fund, you look at human settlement, same issues are coming out each and every financial year. So we need to find a way of saying how do we ensure that we deal with this issue without risking having your perpetual qualification each year. When you look at that, because if the same response will come in this financial year to say you don't have documents are lost in the fire, as an example. What processes have been followed by a department to ensure that it was definitely impractical for them to retrieve those documents, and what can be accepted in terms of the audit trail, so that the AG can say, yes, indeed, this is what we need to do. So those are some of the things that I say over and above AG being an auditor and providing assurance. They are a partner in the process. So we are engaging in that process to look at it on how to deal with those. One of the interventions that we are coming with from Treasury Chair is an automation of the annual financial statements in terms of having a system that will ensure that departments, they use that specific system in ensuring that they complete their financial statements there. It will be easier for us to be dealing with those. So I think, Chair, without elaborating anything else, that will be the last contribution from Treasury. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We've just had an agreement that because some of these reports overlap, and you remember they also reported on the problems of vacancies and some of the issues related to management. So we are going to take the presentation from the Public Service Commission, and what we'll then do is that depending on how long they will take, if they are finished by 1, then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll take questions after that before we take the presentation from the Public Protector's office. So Public Service Commission.
Thank you. Good day, Chairperson, members of the committee, MEC, HOD, and colleagues. My name is Bruce. I'm representing the Public Service Commission. Thank you, Chair. I'm Bruce from the Public Service Commission. Okay, this is the outline of the presentation. Okay, I think as a way of introduction, first introduce the PSC is the independent body which was established in terms of the Chapter 10 of the Constitution, which must be independent, impartial, and exercise its powers to perform its function without fear or favor or prejudice in the interest of maintaining effective, efficient public administration and high standard of professional ethics. In terms of Section 1964, the Commission of the Constitution, the powers of the PSC, amongst others, include the promotion of the constitutional values and principles. We investigate, we monitor, and evaluate.
Okay, maybe whilst we're waiting, let's take if there are questions from the earlier presentation. The presentation that was made by the Gauteng Provincial Treasury or Gauteng Audit Service. Is it working now? Okay. Is it working now? Oh, okay.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I was on the introduction, introducing the PSC. I was saying in terms of the section 195 of the Constitution, the Public Service Commission, it's supposed to promote constitutional values and principles, investigate, monitor, and evaluate, promote measures, and give recommendation and advice, and report its activities in the legislature. Okay. In terms of the PFMA and Treasury regulation, departments are required to report in terms of the finalized cases of financial misconduct. And for the period under review, 48 cases of finalized cases of financial misconduct were reported, and the highest were Department of Education and Department of Health, and it was the list of number of cases compared to other previous financial year. In terms of the cases which were reported, were related to theft, fraud, and then irregular expenditure, and mismanagement of funds. In relation to the cases of theft, those cases were reported mainly by the Department of Health, and were related to the theft of, I'm not trivializing it, but they were related to theft of small items like your sugar and everything, which the department will recover from the officials. In terms of the amounts involved, as you can see that Department of Agriculture reported 4 cases, but they did not disclose in terms of the amount involved. And education, it was 9 million, 9.7 million, and ICAV, it was 57 million, and for Department of Health, it was 3,000, right? And in total for the period under review, it's 66 million, which was involved in the cases of financial misconduct reported. In terms of the amount which was considered as a no loss to the state, Department of Education reported 2.6 million, and IGAV reported 57 million as a no loss to the state. In terms of the amount recovered, Department of Education reported 5 million, and Department of Health reported 3,000 as the amount recovered. And in total for the period under review, 5 million was recovered, and which is I think is the highest amount recovery rate which was ever recorded in Gauteng in the previous 7 years or 10 years. In terms of the amount to be recovered, Department of Education need to recover 2.6 million. Yeah, and then okay, I think there's a mistake here. Oh, okay, yeah, no, there's no mistake. And then it's 57 million from the Department of IGAF. In terms of the employees who were charged, but for financial misconduct cases, most of the officials who were charged were officials between the salary level 2 to 8 and salary level 9 to 12 who were charged. I think that's the trend which has been happening throughout the past 5 financial years. In terms of the sanctions which were imposed for the officials who were found guilty, most of them were issued with final written warnings. Some were dismissed, and then some were placed on suspension, unpaid suspension. Some were issued with fines. Some were issued with a combination of sanctions. And then the no action is for the officials who were not found guilty, or their cases were withdrawn or closed. In terms of the human resource management, the PSR requires that the executive should determine organizational structure in terms of its core mandate each and every financial year. As you could see, there are departments which do not have, like agriculture, does not have organizational structure, and COGTA, and I think as I go along with the presentation, you will see not reported. Department of Education, Department of Health, and Department of Sport, they did not report to the PSC when we were doing the assessment. We reminded the MEC and the HODs, but they ignored the PSC. So you will see constant not reporting in those 3 departments. So the organizational structure is important because it's supposed to inform the development of the human resource management plans. But it's very interesting to find that the agriculture do not have the structure, but they have an approved human resource management plan, and one would like to ask on what basis was the HR plan was formulated if there is no approved organizational structure. In terms of the vacancy rate, there is a norm of the DPSA norm of 10% and below, which is considered as an acceptable vacancy rate, and any vacancy rate which is above that is considered high and unacceptable. And for the period under review, the vacancy rate was sitting at 11%, and which is consistent in the past 3 years, which is above the required standard in terms of its, So this is the breakdown in terms of the vacancy rate per department. As you could see, it's only 5 departments which complied with the DPS or DPSA norms in terms of the vacancy rate. So the higher vacancy rate has got negative implication in terms of service delivery because it affects the department's ability to deliver on its mandate. In terms of the longevity of the vacancies, the PSC has observed that some of the vacant posts, they become vacant more than they required, because in terms of the public service regulations, vacancies should be advertised within 6 months and be filled within 12 months. Some of the vacancies, they've been vacant for years and then without being filled. I think also it's the same with the time taken to fill, because vacancies need to be filled within 12 months, but departments are taking longer to fill vacancy rates. Some, they even indicate that, as you could see, some of the departments are going to take more than 12 months to fill their vacancy, vacant post. In terms of the gender equity, in terms of the cabinet resolution, it was prescribed that at least 50% of the women should be at the senior management, but in Gauteng, in the past 5 years, the senior management are male-dominated, and for the period under review, it's 46% of the female at the senior management level. And in terms of the breakdown, you can see it's only 4 departments which managed to achieve the required 50%. The rest of the departments are struggling, and it's a common trend if you look across all these years. Departments are really struggling with that, and there are some of the departments which never achieve, like your human settlement, your education, your infrastructure development. They've never achieved that 50%. And also, departments like social development, they've constantly achieved in the past 10 years. I think maybe departments need to learn lessons from Department of Social Development and ask them how are they doing it, because they've been doing it throughout. In terms of the performance agreements, HODs also are required to file their performance agreements with the DPME by 30 April for each financial year. And for the period under review, 5 HODs did not file their performance agreement as required, and is a regression compared to the performance which was reported the last financial year. And also in terms of the evaluation, so not all the HODs are evaluated. They are evaluated, but in the 2021 financial year, not all of the HODs were evaluated as required, but they were qualifying because they filed, all of them filed performance agreements, but not all of them were evaluated. And we are hoping that maybe this year, all of them will be evaluated. In terms of the senior managers as well, senior managers are required to conclude their performance agreement with their supervisors by the 31st of May each year. But in terms of the trend, it's easy to see that not all the senior managers are completing their performance agreement as required in terms of the SMS handbook and PSR. And for the period under review, is 93% of the senior managers who contracted. And the implication of not contracting is that if you don't have a personal contract, it means you are not going to be assessed. And the other implication, which cascades down to the junior employees reporting to that senior manager, is that if you don't have a performance agreement, the officials who are reporting under you also won't be able to conclude their performance agreement, because they are supposed to formulate their agreements based on their supervisor. In terms of the breakdown, it's 6 departments which managed to conclude performance agreement for all the departments, and then the rest of the departments did not conclude all of them. And then in terms of the problem with not contracting is that the department will spend funds paying the salaries of the senior managers in the department, of which they don't know what they come to work to do, because they are not contracted, and then they cannot hold them accountable for their performance if they don't have performance agreement. And if you look for the period between 2021 and 21-22, Gauteng Department paid about 70 million on the salaries of the senior managers who were not contracted, and most of those were from roads and transport and the Office of the Premier. The Office of the Premier did not disclose in terms of the amount spent on their senior managers who did not conclude their performance agreement. And I think also the other issue with that not concluding performance agreement is that it affects the pension. I think if you are not contracted, you're not going to be assessed, and that's going to affect your notch in terms of your pension as well. In terms of the performance assessment, as indicated, not all of the senior managers are concluding their performance agreement as required, so it's given that not all of them are going to be assessed. So as you could see there, it's red, meaning that departments are not complying. It's only few departments, and then there are cases where you find that departments, their report to have concluded more performance agreement than the number of senior managers that they have. Your agriculture in 2021 is one example. Economic development is one example in 2021 as well, because it's 103. You cannot have more performance agreement than the number of senior managers that you have. Also, in terms of the junior officials as well, are required in terms of the PSR to contract as well each year. I think it cascades down from if the senior managers are not concluding. I think the junior officials also will not be able to conclude their performance agreement. As you could see there, for the period under review, 95% of the officials concluded their performance agreement, and so in terms of, that's the breakdown, and you can see there are also COGTA as one example. They indicated to have contracted more performance officials than they have in terms of their structure. In terms of the expenditure on the salaries of the officials who are not contract, it's 427 million, which was spent for the 2021 financial year and 2022 financial year for the officials who could not be held accountable for their performance. In terms of performance assessment as well, it's red there because not all of the officials who are supposed to be assessed are assessed. Even those who concluded performance agreements, they are not assessed. But for the period under review, most of the departments were still, at the time of reporting, were still finalizing the process of assessment. In terms of the payment of service providers within the prescribed period, the PSC noted that only 41% of the invoices were paid within 30 days for the period under review, and then all other invoices were paid after the prescribed period in terms of the PFMA. This is just the breakdown in terms of the number of departments which were contributing to that highest rate of paying of service providers. In terms of labor relations, Resolution 2, amongst others, provides that precautionary should be held within 60 days of the suspension. However, in terms of the observation made by the PSC is that the officials, they stay for a longer period on suspension than required. As for the period under review, 96% of the suspensions were concluded after the prescribed 60 days. And as a result, a total of 6 million was spent on the salaries of the officials who were on suspension for a period more than required in terms of the regulation. In terms of the general misconduct, the PSC received the least number of general misconduct cases reported for this year, which is 458 compared to other general misconduct cases which are reported in other financial years. I think they are the Department of Infrastructure and Human Settlement, which reported the high number of cases of general misconduct. These are the types of charges which were leveled against the officials, and the PSC has made an observation that sometimes cases of financial misconduct are handled as general misconduct. As you could see there, your fruitless and wasteful expenditure is reported. It's not supposed to be under general misconduct. It means those officials were never supposed to be charged in terms of discipline as general misconduct, but it's supposed to be charged as financial misconduct. So yeah, I think we the highest number of charges were related to the submission of performance agreements, performance assessment, as we earlier noted that some of the officials are not concluding performance agreements. And then, yeah. In terms of the charges, the highest number of officials which were charged in terms of general misconduct were officials between the salary level 2 to 8 and 11 to 12. So those are the junior officials. In terms of the outcomes, most of the officials were found guilty in terms of general misconduct. We issued with written warning, and some were not found guilty, some we issued final written warning, and then some were still pending at the time of reporting. So in conclusion, the PSC acknowledge and comment the positive progress made by the Gauteng Provincial Government in terms of compliance with constitutional values and principles. However, the PSC has identified shortcomings in respect of compliance with human resource management regulation, accountability, payment of service provider within a prescribed time frame, and the handling in terms of the discipline and financial management. The PSC hope that the observation made will assist the committee in holding the executive accountable and the department to improve in terms of the governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You'll notice that the two presentations are not about the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, because when Treasury does its analysis, it excludes the analysis as it relates to Vote 2, which is Gauteng Provincial Legislature. So does the PSC. They don't assess what's happening in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. There are the two presentations, not really comments, not comments, questions. Because as you'll see, all the four presentations, including the one that we'll take after lunch, are interrelated, so we want to comment on all of them at the same time. So if there are questions that you have on the two presentations from the Gauteng Treasury or Gauteng Provincial Treasury, should I say Gauteng Audit Service, and also from the Office of the Public Service Commissioner or from the Public Service Commission. Okay, number one is, let's give him the mic.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the report, particularly from the PSC, is welcomed because it also relates to some of the work that the Office of the Premier has got to do. One high-level issue, or perhaps an issue that we would like to comment on, is on the performance management of heads of departments. It could be that as well that we might want to update that aspect of the report, because there are some of the performance appraisals that we have concluded of HOTs, but I think we will continue to work with the PSC to update, including the rest of the other issues that they have observed. I think we should welcome the report with an intention to improve some of the data that is there. Thank you very much.
Okay, you have now put me under a difficult situation because they'll say, oh, it's the office of the Premier, allow them to comment. When you said we're just taking questions. But maybe it's because there was no other hand. Maybe let me ask my question, which always bothers me, to the Gauteng Provincial Treasury. We always receive from the departments reports that they've done investigations on UIFW, they've sent their recommendations for condonation. That's how you put it, that's English, no? Yes. And the delay is on your side. That has an impact on even their audit, because it's like they're doing nothing. When they've done the investigation, the problem is on your side. Where is the problem? How big is the problem? What is the issue? I think I know that in the Office of the Premier, they indicated that there's a backlog because they're still trying to sort out the organizational structure or trying to get more capacity. But in your office, where's the problem? Are there other questions? No other questions. So if you answer that question for us, then you want to answer it from there, or you want to come front here? Treasurer, yes.
Thank you, Chair. I think we do an analysis of the balance of irregular expenditure, and our analysis will clearly indicate where investigations haven't been done or the investigations haven't been implemented. So we have instances where we get a report that is in there, but when we look for the evidence from the department on how the recommendations were implemented, there is no evidence of the implementation. So we can provide that information because a minimal amount is about what is still under review. But most of the time, it's either the investigation wasn't done or the recommendations are not implemented. So it's not sufficient to just provide a report to Treasury that this is the investigation report, but you need to demonstrate that the recommendations of that particular report are implemented within the department. So we can provide SCOPA with the breakdown of the balances, because we look at the balances and look at what has been condoned, what hasn't even been applied for, so nothing was submitted to Treasury, and also what is still under review by the Provincial Treasury.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, in the absence of more hands, I want us to take an early lunch. We will start at 2 o'clock, and when we start, we'll get the report from the Office of the Public Protector, and then we'll engage with, we'll then have questions, and after that, then we'll open for comments, suggestions. Yeah, that's all we're going to open for. So for now, let's break for lunch until 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. May I have your attention, please? May we close the doors? May we close the doors, please, so that you can start? My prince, can somebody help us close the doors so that you can start? Yeah. Okay, honorable members, colleagues, we are about to start. Earlier on, we opened for questions. There were no questions. So what we're going to do, we're going to have the Office of the Public Protector to talk to us. I'm not sure if they are in the room already, so can I give over to them? Oh, okay.
Disadvantage. Okay, but they're too small. Okay.
Chair, Honorable Chendete Kanyile, and the Honorable Committee members, members from the Premier's Office, the AG, Provincial Treasury, Public Service Commission, good afternoon. My name is Maslaelo Manyatela. I'm the Provincial Rep in the Office of the Public Protector in Gauteng. It is indeed a pleasure to be here to present to you investigations that we have conducted in the year 2020 to 2022. I'm going to do a short presentation. Our presentation is quite long, Chair, but I'm going to do my best to run through it as I know that you've already received the presentation. The Public Protector is an independent institution, a constitutional constitution, and its mandate is derived from Section 182 of the Constitution and also Section 181. And our mandate mainly is to strengthen constitutional democracy by investigating and redressing maladministration of improper conduct in state institutions. In terms of Section 182, our powers are regulated by national legislation, and we are required to investigate and conduct investigation in all state affairs, public administration, and in any sphere of government that is alleged or suspected to be improper or to result in any impropriety or prejudice. And we report on that conduct and we take remedial action. In terms of our act, the Public Protector has additional mandate. I will not go into details with regards to that. And we are not supposed to be investigating any court decisions. We are required in terms of our mandate to be accessible to all persons and communities. In exceptional circumstances, the Public Protector may refer matters of similar matters that other institutions are able to investigate. We are allowed in terms of our mandate to refer those matters to other institutions. In terms of the 2016 case between the EFF and the Speaker of National Assembly, the court in its judgment indicated that, confirmed actually, that the remedial action taken by the Public Protector is legally binding. So the court indicated that when remedial action is binding, compliance is not optional. Whatever reservations that affect party might have about its fairness, appropriateness, or lawfulness. For this reason, the remedial action of the public protector taken against those under investigation cannot be ignored without any legal consequences. Chair, I will go into detail with regards to the reports that were issued by the public protector in terms of whether the institution are ignoring this remedial action of the public protector or there is compliance with the remedial action of the public protector. In terms of the public protector's vision 2023, there are 8 pillars, which is access, vernacular, footprints, agreements, safe haven, rights, complaints resolution, self-protection. The public protector has been focusing mainly on the 7th pillar, complaints resolution. So in terms of this pillar number 7, the public protector has been advocating for state institutions to have their own complaints handling mechanism in resolutions within their institutions so that the office can focus mainly on systemic investigations. Another additional mandate of the public protector is to be accessible. In terms of being accessible, we have outreach activities that we are conducting in the public protector's office. We also go to radio community stations, and then we also have drop boxes that we've put at various municipalities and various departments, wherein we go bi-monthly and we go and collect this, the complaints. So the complaints boxes are there. There's complaints that are the community is required to complete and put them in the drop boxes. So we will periodically go there and collect those complaints. That is a way that we are trying to ensure that we are accessible to all communities. We have signed MOUs in an effort of strengthening our constitutional democracy and working relations with other institutions. We have signed several MOUs with several state institutions in a way of formalizing this working relationship. And in terms of the MOUs that we have signed, we are ensured that there is adherence to investigation turnaround times. In terms of our investigation, our investigation are time-bound. Like, for instance, in our institution, we have our early resolution cases. These are your bread and butter cases that we are required to finalize within a period of 6 months. And then we have our service delivery cases that we are required to finalize within a period of 12 months. And then we have our good governance and integrity investigations that we are required to finalize within a period of 24 months. And then we have those cases that are more complex within the GGI investigation unit, and then we finalize them within a period of 36 months. So the MOU that we signed, as I indicated, it ensures that when we conduct our investigation, we adhere to the time frame of finalizing those investigations. And then we also share information with other institutions in terms of resources like skills, etc. And also we deal with the issue of how we resolve complaints, like as I indicated earlier, that in terms of the 7th pillar, of institutions having their own complaints handling mechanism. We try by all means to ensure that they have their own complaints handling mechanism. I will also, Chair, later on in my presentation, indicate the kind of challenges that we are having with regards to institutions that are not complying and not adhering to the public protector's investigation. As you are aware, Chair, in terms of Section 181, subsection 3 of the Public Protector Act, the institutions are required to assist the public protector in their investigations. But there are certain institutions, whether you issue a subpoena, whether you call them to a meeting, they are not complying. I will get into that. We have signed an MOU with the Premier, I think around March, April. And then we've also signed another MOU with COCTA. I think we've signed another MOU. There's various MOUs that we've signed. There's also one with Public Service Commission, and this MOU was signed in ensuring that we regulate our working relationship. In terms of our investigation process, there are issues that we look at when we conduct our investigation. We look at what happened, what should have happened. Is there a discrepancy that constitutes maladministration? Then we make a finding and we remedy that finding. This, I will not go into detail in terms of the investigation process. It clearly just alludes in terms of the investigation process that I indicated. What happened, what should have happened, is there a discrepancy, and then we remedy. Then there is also systemic investigation that we do in our office as the public protector. The systemic investigation, they focus on structural administrative deficiencies whose impact that transcends the experience of individual complaints. The intention of having systemic investigations in the public protector's office is to address issues that are affecting a larger group in the community, and in so doing, making a much broader impact with the appropriate remedial action. We are currently conducting an investigation in the Gauteng province, Chair, with regards to the hijacked buildings in Gauteng. This is a very big investigation that we've conducted, that we are currently conducting. We have conducted investigation with a systemic investigation with regards to Tembisa Hospital. There is the Alexander Renewal Project. So the systemic investigation, in essence, is more of your own accord investigation. We don't have to wait for one to be coming to our office to lodge a complaint. It's an investigation that we initiate as the public protector. I'm not sure if you're able to see that. And these are the nature of complaints that we normally receive in the office of the public protector. Mainly abuse of power, poor service delivery, corruption and irregular awarding of tenders, maladministration, undue delay, improper conduct, systemic investigations, irregular appointments, irregular billing, and violation of the executive members' ethics code. And this is a trend. The next slide talks mainly to the trend that we have been seeing in terms of the complaints between 2020 and 2022, in terms of the complaints that we are receiving in the Office of the Public Protector. There's irregular appointments, there's irregular awarding of tenders, undue delay to process pension fund, delay in provision of RDP houses, mismanagement of school funds. We have majority of this. And the issue of service delivery, majority of our cases in the office are mainly in relation to service delivery, especially with regards to the issue of service delivery, the issue of irregular billing, Chair. And the issue of irregular billing, Chair, I can give an example. I think I can attest to that myself. I'm residing in the location of COJ. I recently discovered that I was being charged, my water bill was very high. And then I decided to visit the municipality, not as a public protector, but as a normal person, that, an ordinary citizen of the country. And then it was discovered that I was charged for my neighbor's account. So the past 6 months I've been paying my neighbor's account. So if I was not aware of that, I would continuously be paying for my neighbor's account. And I can tell you, Chair, I went to the municipality to date. My complaint has not been resolved. And I decided I'm going to lodge a formal complaint with the public protector, but I will not be investigating it myself. I'll hand it over to somebody else. In terms of the nature of complaints we receive, we have the COJ, Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, West Rand, Sidibeng municipalities. The kind of complaints that we receive against this municipality is in terms of maladministration and irregular procurement, maladministration relating to solicitation of bribes, irregular billing, which is very predominant, failure to resolve complaints, failure to resolve bylaws, corruption by our MMCs, undue delay to process indigent application. It's all this, Chair. I will not go through all of them, but the major municipalities that are really giving us grey hair, which maybe you can also come and assist where possible, is the COJ, the West Rand municipality and the district, Sidibeng district municipalities. Chair, no matter how many subpoenas you issue against these municipalities, you will not even see the accounting officer coming to the institution, to come and account in terms of challenges that people are facing in that municipalities. I will also address, without really giving much, when I get to the end of my presentation, I will give an overall view in terms of the challenges that we face. It's not only with regards to municipalities, other departments as well. In terms of the cases, the nature of complaints that we receive or with regards to state organs, you can see here the Gauteng Department of Health. There's issues of irregular procurement, irregular appointments, failure to implement findings in terms of investigation that would have been conducted, failure to send correct details, maladministration arising from negligent treatment. I know there's a report that we did, I think last year, 2021, with regards to Barra Hospital, where bodies of people are disappearing. And these people are being buried as paupers, but they have their family members and nobody bothers to even go and look for these family members. And what do you do when a person has been buried as an indigent? So these are the kind of reports that we have issues, and then I will talk more in terms of whether those reports are being implemented or not. There is also issues with regards to the Gauteng Provincial Department of Transport, issues of tender, irregularities, irregular deregistration of taxi associations, your rental tribunal, gambling board, abuse of power, irregular appointment. You can see that the issue of irregular appointment and issues of tenders, they are predominantly what we really are investigating in the office. There's the Gauteng Tourism Authority, Department of Education. With regards to the Department of Education, Chair, this is one institution where no matter how many subpoenas we issue, we're not getting any joy with regards to this department. And these are all other departments that we are investigating. I wouldn't want to go into details with regards to this, Chair. I think everybody has received this report, this presentation. And then the next slide is with regards to the nature of complaints, the trends. We've done a trend analysis in terms of the kind of cases that what we are receiving. In 2020, you can see, Chair, with regards to issues of maladministration, tender irregularities, irregular billing, undue delay in providing services and improper conduct. You can see that in 2020, for example, you look at the issue of maladministration. At 2020, we're standing at 30 cases. In 2021, we were standing at 39. In 2022, it's 144. So the numbers are not going down. They are actually increasing. And the most worrying one is with regards to the issue in relation to undue delay in providing services. These are the current cases, Chair, that we are investigating in the Gauteng Provincial Office. You can see the first one. I'm not sure, Chair. I think we might have used the wrong slide here because the AIDC, all other cases that are National Department, we've taken them out. But in essence, what I'm trying to show you here is the current caseload that we are having in our Gauteng office. Some of these cases are dating back to 2019. So it's not because we are not moving with our investigation. The issue here is non-cooperation by the state institution. In terms of our investigation process, when we investigate, our process says the first step, you issue an allegations letter to the institution to say this is an allegation against your institution. And then we give you time frame within which you are required to respond. If you don't respond, we send you a reminder letter to say you are supposed to respond by this date, and then we give you an additional time within which you are required to respond. Then the third time, we will be issuing a subpoena. We call it a 3-strike rule. Even with that subpoena, Chair, we don't usually issue subpoenas lightly. It will be after several negotiations, but these are the causes of our files taking long to finalize in terms of our investigations, because you will not be hearing anything from that state institution. They don't even acknowledge the complaint that we send to them. This is the challenges that we are facing until we start the process of contempt proceedings. I think that is the direction we are trying to go because of these institutions that are not complying. So all this, Chair, I will not go through these slides. These are the slides that are talking about cases that are under investigation. Some of them are outside their turnaround time because of non-cooperation by these state institutions. The next slide, Chair, is with regards to the summary of reports that were issued by the Public Protector. I know my brief was in terms of, the brief was for cases that we're investigating between 2020 and 2021. But Chair, there was no, I could not go back in terms of cases or reports that were issued but were not implemented, because as we are standing today, these reports have not yet been implemented. I read earlier on with regards to the landmark case of the EFF in 2016, the court was very clear in the sense that if you are not happy with the remedial action of the Public Protector, you need to go to court. You cannot be silent. So what is happening? We've seen state institutions that are silent. They are not implementing this remedial action. They are just quiet. So the red, in terms of this graph, the red bar there, you can see it is quite high. These are reports that they were issued since 2018, but they were not implemented. There are those that are partially implemented. And Chair, in terms of our investigation, we have what we call a Section 7(9) notice. It's a provisional report of the Public Protector. So in terms of a Section 9 notice, before we issue a final report, we give an institution an opportunity to sit and discuss our findings, and we see whether we can agree in terms of the implementability of that report. So once we have agreed with you and you are agreeing in a sense that you will be able to implement that report, then we move to issuing a final report. There will be those institutions, Chair, even when you agree on the implementation of the report, but they will still not be implementing it. Earlier on, again, Chair, you spoke about people who, like for instance, we make a remedial action on a particular person who's working, for instance, Department of Health. And the remedial action of the Public Protector will be saying there must be consequence management against this person. And this person will move to another institution. I think we need to come up with a solution in terms of saying this person is still in government. They jump from one department to another. What are we saying? They are going to continue doing this, especially with regards to mismanagement of funds. I think those are the issues that we can discuss here, Chairperson, and then really come with solution in terms of how we are going to deal with those. This reports, Chair, the reports that were issued by the Public Protector. We have report 14 of 2018-19. The reports relates to maladministration by the Northwest Housing Corporation and the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality regarding improprieties in the sales of transfer of properties of the Northwest Housing Corporation, and that is situated within the boundaries of City of Tshwane and the Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality. This matter at least is on judicial review. We can really not say much on it until the court has adjudicated on it. And then we have another matter, investigation into allegations of maladministration, improper conduct and irregular appointment of senior executives in the Executive Mayor's Office in Tshwane. The report is not implemented. There is no communication from the city, none whatsoever. There is a report on investigation into allegations of undue delay in the City of Tshwane to resolve a complaint relating to illegal occupation and of a reconstruction and development program at the Mabopane this matter has not been implemented at all. The next report is a report on investigation into allegations of improper eviction by the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality, which resulted in the unlawful demolition of a building. The report has not been implemented. Another report. Report on investigation into allegations, into allegations of improper conduct and maladministration during the expropriation of Winterfeld plots and inadequate compensation of expropriated plots by the City of Tshwane, not implemented. Investigation into allegations of maladministration with regards to allocation of sales at Lady Selbond by the City of Tshwane, not implemented. Report on investigation into allegations of maladministration by the City of Tshwane regarding the transfer of salary of employees by Ms. MJ Masibi. Report is partially implemented. You're probably thinking that it's only reports against City of Tshwane. It's not only reports against City of Tshwane. There are so many other reports that we are doing in the office that we are finalizing at the provincial rep level. But these are reports that were issued by the PP. There is a report with regards to allegations of undue delay by the City of Tshwane to allocate a low-cost house to Mr. Mphatlele. This house was approved in 2012. This gentleman applied for an RDP house, but he was not given an RDP house. The matter is on judicial review. There's also a report dating of 2020-21. Also is from the City of Tshwane. It was not implemented. I will just skip the ones for City of Tshwane. There's a report on an investigation into allegations of maladministration relating to irregular appointments, irregular salary increases, financial mismanagement, procurement irregularities, and conflict of interest in the City of Tshwane. Is not implemented. There was not even an indication in terms of whether the matter was going to be taken to court for judicial review. There was also a report on investigation into allegations of maladministration and improper conduct by the Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital for its failure to inform the Sithebe family. This is the matter I was referring to, of the death of Mr. Sithebe and the subsequent loss of this deceased corpse, as well as the failure by the South African police to investigate and finalize the missing corpse. There is also, the report is not implemented. We did not get an indication of whether the matter will be taken on review or will be implemented. This is a 2021 matter. There's also a report on the joint investigation between the Human Rights and the Public Service, Human Rights Commission and the Public Protector. This is the Alexander Renewal matter. And then I think the Premier's office indicated that they will be implementing the remedial action. Also, Chair, when the Public Protector issues reports with remedial action, the Premier is sent this report so that the Premier can also ensure that these reports are implemented as the head of the Gauteng province. So, Chair, I will not go into details with regards to these reports, but these are the reports. You can see everything is in red with these reports. They are not implemented. Where there is an implementation, it's just a minute implementation of partial implementation. The next slide refers to referral of our complaints to appropriate institution. In terms of Section 6, subsection 4, C, Roman figure 2, the Public Protector is competent if she deems it advisable to refer any matter which has a bearing on investigation to an appropriate body or authority affected by it, or to make appropriate recommendation. So in essence here, this section, Chair, talks about the referral of complaints, but I'm going to explain to you what happens after we have referred this matter to the relevant or appropriate institutions. With regard to challenges that we are having as the public protector with regards to the execution of our mandate, the first issue that we have is the non-implementation of the remedial action of the report of the public protector. I think I've said a mouthful with regards to that, Chair. The non-acknowledgement of complaints referred to the institutions, and the non-submission of progress reports and closeout reports on matters that we would have referred to these institutions. For example, Chair, I'm going to give an example with the COJ Ombudsman. They deal mainly with the issues of irregular billing. So we are an office of last instance. So before a person can come to our office, we need to verify whether this person has exhausted all internal remedies available to them in terms of requiring assistance from that institution. But we have noted that majority of the complainants will directly come to us, and then we will refer them to the state institutions to say, can you assist with this complaint? Within a month or so after referring these complaints, or even months later, the complainant will still come back to us and say, we are not getting any joy in terms of the assistance that we are receiving from the state institutions. So with regards to the City of Joburg Ombudsman, what we have done, we had a meeting with them in terms of dealing with, because we've noted that the issue of irregular billing is a systemic issue. So we held a meeting with them wherein we agreed that all the cases that we are referring to them on a monthly basis, we should be receiving a report in terms of how these cases are being dealt with, because it is not fair for complainants to be going from one institution to another and they are not getting any assistance. So that is one way of ensuring that these complainants are being assisted. They have already alluded to the undue delay to respond to the allegations letters that are sent to the state institutions. They either respond or they don't respond at all. Sometimes we try not to use our hard powers, but where necessary, we use our hard powers of a subpoena to ensure that the complainants are assisted. There is failure also to comply with the response turnaround time. Hence, we go and ensure that we enter into MOUs with this state institution. Another issue, Chairperson, in the Gauteng Provincial, Gauteng Province, what we are planning to do, we are going to go around in all these municipalities and engage the city managers and the mayor and the mayoral committees in terms of explaining to them how the Office of the Public Protector works. You know, the turnaround time in terms of ensuring that they are not doing us a favor. This is for our country, this is for our communities that need help. So thereby ensuring that people get assistance that they require. And then we enter into MOUs with them, and that's how we are going to strengthen the working relationship with them. And then also we have in the office when we try to resolve issues, we try to resolve issues by way of an alternative dispute resolution. In terms of the alternative dispute resolution, we bring parties together. We don't adjudicate, we sit together and try to find an amicable solution in terms of how can we finalize this matter without getting into a prolonged investigation. So the challenge that we have when we do this ADR, when we send the ADR notice, we send the ADR notice to the accounting authority. But the challenge here, the accounting authorities will not show up for the meeting. The people that they will send to attend this meeting will be junior people who will not be able to take decisions in terms of what needs to be happening in that meeting. Even if the junior person will be saying, I have a proxy, I've been given the powers to take decisions, they will not necessarily take decisions. They will still go back to their HODs, to their CEOs, and really get permission in terms of whether they are going to enter into a settlement agreement. So the ADR normally culminates into a settlement agreement being signed. So when the parties have agreed, we enter into a settlement agreement, and then that settlement agreement is going to be converted into a formal report because our reports are binding. So that's how we bind state institutions in terms of ensuring that the settlement agreement is implemented. But the challenge here is that majority of the people who come to the Office of the Public Protector to represent state institutions, they don't have powers to take any decisions, and this results in investigations being delayed. There's also an issue with regards to complainants not being in advice of their of institutions' own internal review processes. So if you have an issue with a state institution, you can start at the call center. If you're not happy, you go to the manager, you go to the HOD, etc. But complainants are not getting joy in terms of the assistance they get, and they're not being advised in terms of what process can you use when you're not happy with the services that you are getting from that institution. Chair, if there's anything that I have missed in terms of this report, I will be happy to send it to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions, not comments, questions? For clarity, there's the first hand up there. I'm looking for hands. Okay, there's a second hand. There's a third hand. No, not second hand as in, yeah. Hand number two. Hand number two. Okay, let's start there. Number one.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, everyone. So I wanted to ask...
My name is, I know you're a chair of Tshwane, but the others don't know.
I'm Khulufelo Morodi. I'm the chairperson of MPEC in the city of Tshwane. So I wanted to ask if you could get access to the presentation. We'd like to follow up on those reports that have not been implemented. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hand number two. No, let's start with hand number three because it's on your own. You can speak once they are walking. Yeah. Third hand.
Okay. No, thank you very much. I think for me it's just a question relating to, I want to check with the public protector to say when you institute an investigation, is it always something that has been reported to your office or proactively? You are able to pick up issues maybe from the media and you feel you can't really work a case out of that. Because I looked at a number of cases that you deal with. It's like it has really to be reported. If not, then what happens? I think that's the clarity that we're not sort of.
Number three was number two.
Yeah, thank you once more, Chair. Mine is with relation to non-attendance or implementation of matters as per the graph. See, there need to be a turnaround, as alluded to. However, the turnaround itself, what's the duration thereof? Coupled with the eventual action subsequent thereto, because they cannot remain not unattended to or unimplemented for too long. Because then that would send a wrong picture to say the public protector, with respect, is almost similar to the justice system where matters are forever piled or pushed aside. It doesn't really help, but I mean, if...
Okay, ask a question first.
Yeah, that's the question, the duration and the subsequent turnaround time. I just wanted to clarify myself further, but in any case, thanks for your interjection.
Sure, thank you. Number, Secretary.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks on the presentation, by the comprehensive presentation.
I know you, the others don't know you.
My name is Peter Skosana. The job I do is that of being secretary to the legislature. Chair, I think my question may be similar to what was asked just now, but it's just about the you know, the remedial actions of the public protector are enforceable. You know, now I just want to get an understanding as to what steps does the public protector take, given that there are so many non-response, partial responses, and so on. You know, what steps does the public protector take to ensure that there's full compliance with the remedial actions that you know emanating from the committees, from the investigation, because the real risk is the credibility of the institution of the public protector. If these remedial actions supposedly are enforceable, but nothing gets to be done, you know, about them. Does it require amendments to the Act if there are weaknesses in terms of the enforceability? I thought the decision of the ruling of the Constitutional Court on enforceability of the public protector remedial actions is sufficient, but is there something missing that we may not be getting? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I don't see more hands. Do you want to respond from where you're sitting, or you want to come from? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mekolofelo Morodi requested a copy of the presentation. Maybe if you can just provide us with your email address, we will send it through. We will really appreciate in terms of you ensuring that this remedial action of the public protector are implemented. Then the second question, I did not get Ntate's name. He wanted to know whether we can institute...
It's Honorable Kanyani.
Honorable Kanyani.
Yes.
Yes. Honorable Kanyani, your question was in relation to whether we investigate cases when they are reported in the media or when a complainant comes to our office. No, it's not only that. If we are able to pick up any issue that we have the powers to investigate as the public protector, will investigate it, be it in the media, be it in the newspaper, on TV, anyway. So hence we are able to investigate cases on own initiative. So we don't have to wait for anyone to come to our office and investigate. If I can see any sort of maladministration on my way to work and see that we have really the powers to make a difference in people's lives, I will immediately launch an own investigation, and then we will commence with the investigation of that matter. And there was also a question, I didn't get the name of the honorable who asked this question, but the question was with regards to the issue of turnaround time on the non-implementation of the reports. How we work in the Office of the Public Protector, I'm residing in the province. The minute I finalize an investigation and the Public Protector has issued that report, that report will be sent to various people. The Public Protector on a quarterly basis will go to Parliament and report on those cases. There will be the Portfolio Committee of Justice, and the Premier as well will be given this report to ensure that there is compliance with this report. So hence in my presentation I indicated that anyone who's not happy with the remedial action of the Public Protector, they have a right, is their constitutional right, to go to court and review the decision of the Public Protector. I think, Chair, this is more of a political will, because the mandate is very clear in terms of what the Public Protector does. The court have made decisions, they've adjudicated on the powers of the Public Protector to say you cannot just sit and say, I'm not going to implement the remedial action of the Public Protector. So this is what we do in terms of ensuring that these reports are being implemented. We have a unit at our head office that deals with these reports. So as and when the Public Protector releases these reports are forwarded to various people so that they ensure that these reports are implemented. There's regular follow-ups that are being done. Some reports are being implemented, some are not being implemented. So but majority of them, or actually all of them, are being sent to Parliament, Portfolio Committee, and various premiers of various provinces. There was a question from Tate Peter Skosana. I think it was more or less the same as the other question that I've responded to. I'm not sure if I missed the question. You wanted to know what steps are being taken. Can we amend the Act? Is there something missing? I don't think there is anything wrong with regards to the Act as is. The Act, the court have really affirmed the powers of the public protector. So hence I'm saying is the issue of the committees that we have in terms of like the Committee of Justice in ensuring that these reports are being implemented. So we know our powers, but remember there's also issues of budgetary constraints. We cannot be going to court and fighting what we have decided on. We cannot review our own decisions in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to thank all the presenters from the Office of the AG, the Office of the Premier, Gauteng Provincial Treasury, Public Service Commission, the office there, and the Gauteng Office of the Public Protector. You know, the danger that will be there is that when you leave, they'll call you a public protector. So let's just correct that. Yeah, sure. No, thank you very much. Now, we've had all the presentations. This is part of the oversight process of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. We believe that for us to do effective oversight, we need information. The information is now out there. So we know that you are our stakeholders, all of you. So we want you to help us strengthen oversight. So we're going to open for discussion. So if you want to discuss a particular report or there's something that was said and you think it was not said properly, you want to correct it. If you think that there are other things that should be looked at, it's open, so don't limit yourself. If the Office of the AG identified certain things as the other presentations were made, you want to say something on that, please do so. You are not doing oversight on them, you are helping the portfolio, the Standing Committee. Office of the Premier, same. Public Service Commission, the same. Of Public Protector, the same. The Gauteng Provincial Treasury or Gauteng Audit Services, the same. So don't be restricted. Yes, so any comments, any comments you want to make? Let me start there. Thank you very much. Number one. Sorry.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Titus Sebesho, and I come from the Office of the Public Protector. Mine are two quite very short questions. One directed to the Public Service Commission, emanating from the presentation, of course. It will be in relation to the various types of misconduct, for instance, that they would have detected from various departments, stroke entities of the province. But where I've had issues of punitive measures taken against those that are found wanting I've heard them quite very clear when it comes to the financial misconduct. But when it comes to other forms of misconduct, I'm not sure if I've heard what punitive measures were applied there. Just to give it an example, there were issues of the senior managers not having signed their performance agreements, and this was also ultimately cascaded to the junior staff. So I wanted to check what punitive measures the PSC would have taken, or the steps to ensure that that stops. I was worried where that would even go as far as dating back to quite a longer time. So I'm not sure if the observation would have been the solution. The practical steps in terms of remedying that, if that can be made known to us. to the office of the head of the GPG, Honorable Premier, I think I was worried with regard to the number of vacant posts that are also dating as far back as 18 months, 20-something months, etc. As the machinery, as the implementing machinery of government within our province, I'm not sure if that is a beautiful state of affairs, as it were. Maybe if we can also be empowered in terms of the intentions. What is it that's going to be done with this? Because I think noting it alone doesn't suffice. So let me pause, Chair, for now.
Thank you. I'm looking for more hands, comments, questions, suggestions, recommendations. Mr. Skosana.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think, firstly, I just want to appreciate this effort that SCOPA has put in place, and acknowledge also some of the chairpersons of standing committees who have been invited. I think I may not have attended previous sessions, and I don't know if I say I think this is pioneering, if it's I'm just following on what may have happened, but I do think that this is pioneering because gathered here, apart from the office of the Premier, you have institutions that are meant to support democracy and a lawmaking institution, coming together to find initiatives, of how do we improve on holding the executive, including the legislature itself, accountable for the resources that are being utilized. Basically, how do we continue to ensure that the resources allocated are directed at the areas of need where they are aimed at improving the quality of life of people, I think during lunch we were just briefly discussing some of this, what this means going forward, and how some of these reports could be utilized, as part of our analysis from the research perspective. So we are not just dependent on the reports that come from the department, but we utilize as sources that can help us verify what the department is basically saying, And I'm thinking here about whether it's from the AG, from the public protector, from the Public Service Commission, including from the investigations in the Office of the Premier. How that rich information can help shape the agenda of oversight in Gauteng and in the province. And my appeal here is also to colleagues in the administration, especially from research, Bongi, on how do we begin to, source more information. I know that committee and standing committee of chairpersons always raises this issue about doing field research and so on. But field research can be compensated for by all this arsenal of research information that is available. And I think we, as a legislature, we do need to find a way in which we can better utilize the information that comes from all these institutions. My second point is with regard to petitions, and this applies to the Office of the Premier and the Public Protector. Where even though I've heard what the Office of the Public Protector was saying about verifying first if, as the Office of Last Instance, as they called it, But I do believe that there could still be a lot of duplication, in the processes. And that previously we would have discussed about creating a portal where we could have all these petitions and, being looked at from a joint perspective to avoid duplication, of effort, where the Office of the Public Protector could be dealing with the same report that the COJ is dealing with, and the province, the legislature is also dealing, or the Office of the Premier. I think this is still something that we need to find a way of, working on, because petitions, the speedy resolution of petitions will help us even manage violent protests. So we must create confidence in the peaceful protest that citizens can use. But if we delay in responding, then we have a serious challenge. Lastly, I just think, Chair, that maybe on the issue of the public protector, again, especially about the enforceability of their remedial action. And I seem to gather that the issue could be resource issue, And I'm saying if it's a resource issue, how does the Office of the Public Protector raise it, not as something that just affects their ability to investigate, but maybe focus firstly on the enforceability of those actions on which they have already made remedial action, and try to, separate the two from just the investigation and improving enforceability of their remedial action, which could later create more confidence again for citizens to continue raising the issues. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further comments? The back there.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Seelan Naidu. I've got a few comments, but I must declare that I'm a newcomer to these proceedings. So I hope you appreciate the perspective of a fresh pair of eyes.
Yeah, let me just make it easy for you.
Yes.
We know you as our stakeholder, so you are not newcomer in our discussions. So you can go ahead.
Well, I'm trying to respond to experiencing this huge flow of information. And just to give my impressions of how that forms a particular basis of judgment. Because there's all of this information, and at the end of it, one has to come to some kind of judgment of this information. And there are a number of comments I'd like to make about that. If you bear with me, I've got a few
Sure.
of them. Firstly, I noticed a few issues, I'll call them issues, with the way that information is presented. So that it often tends to be focused on minutiae rather than on systemic. It never gets to systemic explanation. It gets lost in many tables, many figures, and so on. It never gets to the point where it talks about
at the systemic level, what are we experiencing? Closely related to that is I find that the bulk of the information has to do with symptoms rather than underlying causes. And hence the questions that come up, for example, in relation to what the public protector presented. There's, of course, non-responsiveness to the PP's subpoenas, but the question as to why that is the case leaves us guessing. And whose job is it to chase down that underlying cause? Are we equipped here to try and figure that out on the basis of the information that has been presented? I doubt it. And I want to support the call for research, deeper engagement with some of these issues. I think the second set of points I want to make relate to especially the presentation of quantitative information. The overriding impression I get is that the figures presented are nominal figures. We never get a sense of their relative weight. So I saw, for example, a table where the speaker was referring to gender imbalances in departments. I think it was the Public Service Commissioner.
Yes, it was.
And if you had 49% females, you got a red, you were problematic. 49 female, 51 male. So you're almost saying, there needs to be a finer grained weighting, I think, of the data that helps us to understand the relativity of some of the data. That's the one aspect. But also, right at the beginning when you opened the session, you said Gauteng's overall expenditure is, I think it was around 160 billion. Now, it would have been useful to relate all the ensuing figures to that. That's the universe, and then there are there's UIFW of X billion, there's fruitless and wasteful, that's X billion, and so on. How does that relate to the whole? So it's an understanding of the nominal numbers. 30 billion is a lot of money, of course. But 30 billion in relation to 1 trillion is not a lot of money. It's a tiny proportion, and we might be willing to live with that. So I think that is something that I think the sophistication of the reporting could be improved dramatically. And what that does is it gets us to the essence. And it's that's going to lead us to begin to think about the underlying causes, because we really need to get to those. The other issue related to that as well is that it has to do with the timing of the information. I call it the temporality of the information rather than the timing. We're looking at in-year, so we have an in-year focus. But wouldn't it be great to be able to say, over the last 5 years, this is what we've seen, to get a sense of trends over time. It does mean we look back further, but surely we have that data. And it should be, one should be able to see trends. What's happening with those trends? And then what has become a favorite topic for me in our interactions has been this issue of the ex post view of what is going on in the province versus an ex ante view of what's going on in the province. The ex post view, of course, is curative. But really, this data, if you think about the data being presented here, the judgment is turning up far too late. So if, for example, the one example had to do with performance agreements, also the Public Service Commissioner talking about that. Now, what is being reported, if you say that X% of people don't have performance contracts in place, the question is, at this point in time, is that a remediable issue? It's not, because we've turned up so late. But whose job is it to pick it up quickly? Whose job is it to have the finger on the pulse that says, there's a problem, no contract, and to act in time to get to that? By the time it gets reported here, it's far too late. So it becomes an irremediable red mark. And I think that has to do with the timing of information and response. And that's really something that one has to, of course, this is SCOPA, so I understand that it is fundamentally, at this point, a backward look. But whose job is it to close the gap between identifying a problem and responding to that problem? I'm not always sure whose job that is. And then, just to wrap up, Chair, and forgive me if I'm speaking too much.
No, this is the time for our stakeholders to speak.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
The override, I'm trying to gauge my emotional response to this information in relation to an emotional sort of state, the way that we interpret the state of our country, for example. And we have to admit that it's really quite negative. And all of this information that I'm receiving has made me feel worse. Has made me feel worse. And the question I'm left asking is that the correct response? Is that the correct response? Because it's a form of judgment. Your emotional reaction is a form of judgment. And I don't think it's the appropriate response on the basis of the data. The audit outcomes, which are a big issue, right? 31 or 32 entities in Gauteng province, was presented as if we've gone down quite badly. And the truth is, on purely quantitative terms, we have not. We have not. But I'm going to leave here with the perception that these audit outcomes are much worse than last year. And I think it's overly negative. Okay? And I think we need to be careful that we're almost getting into a kind of habit of bad news cells at the SCOPA committee. And I wonder what that's about, and we actually need to think about that. But thanks, Chair, that's it.
Thank you. Any further comments? Maybe you also want to respond to some of the things that were said. There's the Public Service Commission, that side. That side, I didn't see a hand there. Maybe was there a hand? If there was, you can give them the mic. Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. You can respond, you can make further comments. That's what we're doing. We're listening to you. Yes. You've got it right. After that, then I'll give it to you. Sure.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me first respond to the question from the Office of the Public Protector about the punitive measures. Departments do report on some of the punitive measures that they've sanctioned on the officials who were found guilty of general misconduct. I think I've reported on them. But in terms of the PSC itself, PSC is a hybrid institution. We support the legislature. We help the legislature to strengthen the accountability, and also we do support the executive. So in terms of our recommendations, we pick up these issues and then we report them to the legislature to ensure that the legislature will hold the executive accountable. So it's not for us, but for us is to provide the information to the committees, and then the committee will call the relevant MEC or HOD and to account on whatever that was identified as a red flag from the PSC side. In terms of the PAs, maybe if I can also elaborate in terms of the officials who are not signing performance agreements. I think it's the first time this year that we see that departments have actually taken action in terms of the officials who are not concluding performance agreement. We've been raising these things over the past 10, maybe 5 years and back as well. And we've been completing quarterly reports in terms of performance agreement. We have quarterly reports that we produce every quarter that we can make them available for the committees as well. I think the interruption was the COVID, because before COVID, we attend all the committee quarterly meetings, and then we'll present our quarterly reports where we identify issues like performance agreement, because performance agreements need to be highlighted at the beginning of the year. So I think after the COVID, the invite started not coming from the committees, because we don't just go to the committees, we get invited to present status in terms of our findings, in terms of quarterly report. But I think for this year, it's only human settlement that we can recommend to have taken actions in terms of the officials who are not concluding performance agreement. All other departments, we report to them, we recommend, but no action has been taken so far. And also with the infrastructure development as well, I think this year they've taken action as well in terms of the officials we found on the central database system. So we've been finding all these wrongdoings, and then we were recommending some of the actions were not coming, but somehow with the help of the committees as well, some of the recommendations are being implemented. With the issue, I think it was raised by the gentleman at the back, in terms of the gender imbalances, it's related to the senior managers, not the entire department. There is a quota that at least, it's a cabinet resolution of 2006, which prescribes that at least there should be 50% of senior managers in each and every department in the province. But throughout the years when we're monitoring, I think it's 10 years now, I was looking at the 10-year review in terms of the report. Departments are not meeting that target. It's only one department which consistently have met. I think I've highlighted in the presentation is social development. As to how they are doing it, I'm not sure how they are doing it, but we're highlighting and we're reporting that to the legislature. I think it's for departments to improve and learn from others as to how they can implement that cabinet resolution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Office of the Premier.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members, colleagues. Yes, indeed, the issue of the vacant post is a glaring challenge that we need to deal with, albeit the fact that there are timelines that we have to appreciate as and when we have to do the recruitments. And I think probably in line with what I think it's Naidu, would have raised the issue of timelines as to at what time do we get these reports. Also because I think the way we are reporting does demonstrate that we're talking about the past, but we are unable to then give a sense as to where are we now with regards to those issues, and that's something that perhaps we can, from our side, improve on, because indeed there's been a huge state of improvement with regards to issues of vacancies. Probably working with guests, we can be able to make that demonstration, including how long it takes to recruit, as and when we also find ourselves in a situation where we have got to do head hunting because we might find that we're not getting candidates. So all that picture, including the cost it takes to recruit, it's something that maybe includes a contextualization of this process. But linked to that as well, Chair, I think is an overall performance. Also because you've got chairs of other committees in this meeting, can we overall say that there is a causal relationship? And I thought the colleague from the PAG, acting PAG, was trying to make that demonstration. And I think it's the concern that the public protector is making. And that's why we agree that we have got to deal with that. And indeed, we will put more efforts in addressing that aspect, particularly not only in the Office of the Premier, but across the system of departments. The second issue with regards to petitions, Chair, in recent time, we have had a session with the Petitions Committee, not only as the Office of the Premier, but with all the departments, where we were now agreeing on an automated system, working with the legislature to speed up the responses in as far as petitions are concerned. But also, we had put in place, working with eGov, an automated system that can almost address what the Secretary of the Legislature is raising in as far as issues of petitions are concerned, so that indeed we can be able to avoid ongoing protest and including anticipate issues as and when the communities raises those issues. But we'd also like to add another dimension, Chair, just there, that maybe our ongoing engagement with communities helps a great deal, working with COPTA, particularly in as far as issues of ward-based interventions are concerned. It's something that we will do going forward. I just think, Chair, the last issue, maybe, Chair, you will be able to deal with the issue that we working with the AG's office, when we get the reports, Chair, working with the AG, we do get into the details as to why we are finding ourselves in a situation that we're finding ourselves in. We can use the example of housing. And I think including not just speaking and engaging at the end of the outcomes of the audits, but having a process, participating meaningfully in the process, it's something that I think has been helping us a lot, so that when we see the overall picture of this process, it would have been as a result of the engagement. And I think it's something that we have to continue to encourage, so that indeed the picture is something that we all take collective responsibility of, and we don't find ourselves in opposite ends with AG or perhaps with other institutions that we work with. I think with that said, Chair, we take the comments and we will go back and address some of the issues that have been raised sharply, not only for the Office of the Premier, but for the Executive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, additions? Honorable Kekane, Honorable Randall?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I just want to comment on the presentation by the PSC. I think over and above this one presentation, I think all the presentations should assist us as oversight bodies, because they reveal a lot of information here, which I think as oversight we should be working on. And I think I want to agree with what the Secretary has said, so that our research must be based on the overall reports, and we should be able to work on the outcomes of these reports. What is worrying, the picture that the PSC report has painted, is the fact that in 2019-20 financial year alone, 1,813 officials were charged with general misconduct. And 97 of those relates to the misconduct relates to the non-disclosure of financial interests. So already it paints a picture of where we should look at. And what is even more worrying for me is the fact that most of the charged officials falls within the 2 to 8 category levels, which is your service delivery machinery, in essence, you know. So it explains why then do we have such a problem with a slow service delivery outcomes. And yet, only 7% of disciplinary hearings are finalized. So it tells you a whole lot of things. It talks to our leadership, management, and generally how we conduct ourselves as oversight, things that we overlook. So I think for me, it's an eye-opener, and I think we should comprehensively look at these reports, not just to read them and put them away, but really work on the issues that they highlight as part of doing oversight. Thank you very much.
Honorable Randall?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to agree with what she just had to say now. My take on this is, we've seen in this province, we've got an open tender system. We've seen probity auditing being introduced, but yet we're not seeing any results, really. And it makes one think, so what's next? What are we going to try next to try and prevent irregular expenditure, material irregularities? And then I noted the heads of supply chain management, I think 7 vacancies, of which 2 has recently been appointed. Now, if you look at the financial misconduct, again with the PSC's report in terms of salary levels 2 to 8, where does this problems comes in? It's not senior officials, it's the ones that deals with quotations, where you break up your tenders into smaller amounts. So, Chair, for me, there's a correlation between this. So supply chain management really is something that we need to zoom in. Do we professionalize them? Do we get a code of conduct? Do they register with a body so that they can be held accountable and be scrapped when they are blacklisted? For me personally, Chair, that is where we need to now start zooming in. The Auditor General is sampling. They're doing sampling, Chair. If this is the outcome of sampling, can you imagine what this can look like if we really drill down and we do proper auditing? And that's what's worrying me, Chair, that with sampling, this is the picture. And I'm really worried. And I think supply chain management, at the end of the day, we really need to zoom in on this. If the open tender system, probity auditing cannot improve our quality outcomes, our service delivery, talking to APP's budget at the end of the day, then I think we're in trouble if we cannot get, a few more options on the table and try and see how we can improve the overall situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. I want us to move to the last part of this discussion. And I'm going to ask that we travel together. This session is convened by the Standing Committee of Public Accounts at the Gauteng Legislature because that committee is beginning a process of analyzing the reports, the reports of the Auditor General on the annual financial statements and the rest of the various departments and entities, including the Gauteng Legislature. So for us to be able to do that, we need to look at all other things that affect that whole system. So, first of all, I want us to focus on the on the report of the Office of the Public Protector. Our understanding, and we want us to agree here so that we can see if we can move that direction. Our understanding is that that office does its own investigation. And that office takes its own decisions. And that office then ensures implementation of its own decisions. But what happens is that most of the investigations that they undertake relate to the same institutions or bodies that we are doing oversight on. Is it on or over? It's English, you'll understand. It's English. So the first thing I propose that you advise us as a SCOPA is that we don't really need to investigate, but we need, as the SCOPA in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, to work with the Office of the AG to ensure that those are supposed to implement. If they don't, they must be able to even explain to SCOPA why are they not implementing. But we would need the support of the Gauteng Legislature as a whole. You remember when the Office of the AG was reporting, they spoke of the coordinating institutions. So in that regard, the first proposal is that as the Public Accounts Committee of Gauteng Provincial Legislature, we would need to get from the Office of the Public Protector progress, not on their own investigations, but progress on cases that they've already concluded. In other words, implementation of whatever their remedial actions are. So that we can see that based on that, who is not coming to the party and who is. And we do oversight on that. The good thing about it is that we will also have a partner in the Office of the Premier. So we'll need that partnership between ourselves as SCOPA, the Office of the Premier, but we'll need to ensure that we get guidance or proper support from the Gauteng legislature as a whole. Obviously, when I say Gauteng legislature as a whole, it is the Office of the Speaker and the various chairpersons of the portfolio committees that are there. That's the first issue. Let's hear comments. You can even say elite. Yeah, okay. Yes. Over to you. We're discussing our approach to the report of the Public Protector. So we'll come to the others. There's a hand there. Where's the mic? Promptu, can you give him the mic there? I don't know who is helping us here.
He abandoned his post.
He abandoned his post, I can see.
Thanks, Chair. In agreeing with what Chair is saying, I just wanted to make an addition to say, because I don't think we are the only structure that is engulfed with the investigation for Gauteng provincial government. I suggest that all bodies whose duty it is to conduct investigations, you look also into their matters. I'm saying this because initially, in asking the questions, what the PSC would have done on the recommendations that have not yet been implemented, I think they were also having the similar concern to say we can only recommend either to the executive or to the powers that be. So I think they too would require that sort of an intervention. So I'm suggesting, Chair, in adding to your good point, that including those reports that would have been issued by the SIO, by the PSC, by the Human Rights Commission, etc., not only those that were done by the PPSA, but that is a very good point that Chair is making. So indeed it is seconded. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we were dealing with the Public Protector for now. We'll come to the PSC, we'll
Thanks,
come
Chair.
to Gauteng Treasury, we'll come to, what's the other one? Office of the Premier. So we'll come to the rest, the AG. We just want to focus on this one. There's another hand there. Please give the...
Which side, Chair? Oh, okay. Pardon me, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I also just would like to indicate, and I think we haven't made that announcement, that, or not really necessarily announcement, but we have been having engagements with the Premier's office. And we've had various meetings with them with regards to the implementation of these various reports or remedial action of various reports in various departments. And on a monthly basis, we then communicate to say which of these reports have been implemented and which of them have not been. And those matters that we are still investigating and where we're having trouble, they will also then report on that. And how they report to that on that is that they communicate with these departments in order to find out how far the implementation process is and whether they've responded to the Public Protector in that regard. So I think it's just for me to mention that that we are currently also busy with the Premier's office with regards to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The other thing we don't want to do, we don't want to take more than we can bite, because we can then, and also duplicate things. I think we are suggesting that
we come at the tail end because of your responsibility. You've got the responsibility to investigate, you've got the responsibility to take decisions, and you've got powers to ensure that what you have decided is implemented. Unlike the PSC, but we'll come to the PSC. So because of that, we don't want them to replace you. Neither do we want to replace the Office of the Premier. But we want to support you to ensure that your decisions are implemented. And if I understand correct, Secretary, you'll help me. And maybe you can help me. I believe you also have meetings with the Speaker. Am I wrong? Yeah. So it is within that context that we're putting this, that as the Public Accounts Committee at the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, we might want to look into playing that role, because it has implication on the issues of public financial management and accountability. That's our mandate. So we're not doing something that's outside of our mandate. So that's the proposal. And if agreed, it would mean we will need to, from time to time, get reports from yourself to say, these are the cases that we still don't see implementation of our resolutions. And that will have to go to the Speaker's office, and the Speaker then refers those reports to us. Are we agreed? I'll appreciate, Secretary. I don't want to do things that are not against the legislature. Okay. Thank you. So we're done. It means that obviously the processes with the MPEGs, we will have to agree on how we manage that one. We'll come back to that, but I just want us to finalize this one. Okay. Now we go to the PSC. Our understanding of what the Public Service Commission is, first of all, like I said, they don't investigate municipalities. They don't investigate workers in the legislature. They only investigate those that are at the provincial departments and in the national departments. But in this case, we're just talking Gauteng. So most of what they investigate has an impact on issues of good governance. In other words, their reports is a reflection of problems, weaknesses, or strengths that are there on good governance, particularly on public financial management and accountability. So, but the only problem, they are an enabler of oversight. They are not there to implement their decisions, unlike the public protector. They give us information, we have to do something about it. So because of that, it is then incumbent on us as the Public Accounts Committee to ensure that we get the executive, which is the Premier and the MECs, to ensure that whatever is recommended, yours is not remedial action, it's recommendations. Whatever is recommended, there are plans by the executive to ensure follow-up and implementation of those recommendations. And if that's the case, it means as the Public Accounts Committee, we need to work with the Public Service Commission to track progress in considering the recommendations and ensure that whatever decisions are taken on those particular, based on those particular recommendations, there's follow-up into ensuring that they're implemented as they're supposed to. I'm not sure if that proposal is what we are thinking of, or are there other things that you as our stakeholders would like to advise? Is that fine? Okay, it's not fine. and in this case, we're working from the premise that
We won't be able to do this as SCOPA without our committees, portfolio committees. So we need that relationship with the portfolio committees because they have the advantage of focusing on the departments. I mean, I belong to one of the portfolio committees, which is called Community Safety. We always get a report that vacancies are not filled, that there's programs with SCM and what's this thing, the ratios and all that. But the intensity of following up on that matter means that we need to ensure that the Public Service Commission is closer to us and we are able to continuously look at those issues and intervene and ensure that we push and push and push. So that's where so it's a relationship between SCOPA, the portfolio committees, and the Public Service Commission. Would that help? Is it fine? Okay. Now, there's the Gauteng Provincial Treasury. Now, I want the Office of the Premier to hear this because we've had several interactions with the Gauteng Provincial Treasury. But we still think that we are not utilizing them effectively. I hope you don't take it as abuse because one of their responsibilities is to ensure that they assist departments. I'm not sure if I'm using the correct words. They assist departments to comply, particularly with issues of financial management and accountability. We know that before the reports go to the AG at the end of the financial year, they consolidate and look at some of those things. We know that on a quarterly basis, they receive interim financial statements, they analyze them. We know that they support the audit committees with reports. They make recommendations. Where there are problems, they go there and assist if there's no capacity to let me make an example, to investigate issues of UIF and W, so they assist with capacity also. That responsibility is a responsibility of an oversight body. That's what they are doing. So we as the oversight body on the legislature side, we don't have that capacity, but we should be doing that. We only have two researchers, Bongi and Lerato. If we were to ask them to do that, there are two problems. Problem number one, that will be too much for them. Problem number two will be duplicating what already some institution is doing. Then we'll have same reports produced at different levels. So we would need to persuade the Gauteng Provincial Treasury to be partners with us and understand us as partners in that regard, so that on a continuous basis, they are able to consolidate that information, come to us. This is one of the things they do, and that's where we always have a debate as a committee, and I know it's an issue from everywhere. There is a report they produce every 3 months. In the legislature, it's known as a GPG-wide, but it's got a proper name. It's just an assessment of expenditure on a quarterly basis. Now, and that report goes to the Finance Portfolio Committee. So what is it? They say, no, we're supposed to spend R1 million, but we spent 500,000. But from our own analysis, and we're talking from the basis that when you sit in the house and listen to the Portfolio Committee, and we've got some of the members of the Portfolio Committee here of Finance, We don't think that there's sufficient analysis of issues of public financial management and accountability, as in focusing on issues, I think somebody was saying, the root causes, not of why you didn't spend, but on issues of financial management, which are normally the reports that we understand, and you might be wrong, that the department produces them and then submit those to the audit committees. And we might be wrong, so that's why we're putting it here. So we're saying that given our mandate of public financial management and oversight on public financial management and accountability, it will be important that we have that relationship with the Gauteng Provincial Treasury. I'm not sure if specifically with guests, but they'll decide themselves. We build that relationship so that they can assist and work with us in ensuring that we make those interventions where it's necessary. There we have it. I'm not sure if there are any comments or questions, or you can even comment from the Treasury point of view, and maybe I might have misrepresented some of the things. Oh, no, Greg, I thought you were commenting? Yeah, sure. Yes, you can. You want to comment? Oh, I thought you were commenting, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I note your comments in terms of the issues specifically relating to financial management, which I think on a broader scale is issues of governance as a whole. Yes. I think in your opening remarks you did make mention, because this is the information you bring to the portfolio committee, which relates to the issues of expenditure. And then issues like audit committees, the issues of governance, that is where the reporting, when it comes to those issues, takes place. As you made mention of the issues of guests specifically, and governance issues that are managed by the Office of the Premier through the Integrity Management Unit and Governance Matters, and at high level, the GPG risk management strategies and reporting against the risk register. So there are pockets, and I think I think you indicated that you have raised this matter on the relationship with the MEC, with our MEC, on the relationship between the audit committee and yourselves. And I think this is a matter that we probably need to revisit and look at how then we can, because the work is done through, because there are those various units within the Treasury in terms of dealing with governance matters. It's just that that information flows through to the audit committee and not the portfolio committee matter. So I think it's something that we have a structure called the Provincial Audit Committee, which is where all the chairs of the various audit committees throughout the province sit, and that is a matter that we will have to table and see how then this working relationship can be crafted in line with all the legislative environment that operate or governs how audit committees operate. So we're noting the comment, and we're going to take it forward. Thank you, Chair.
Are we fine with that? It would mean, if agreed, Secretary, similar like the quarterly reports the department send, which I call GPG White. We could be able to get, I'm not saying the same, but I'm saying similar, which is going to help in ensuring that but the nitty-gritties can be discussed. Right. Now, the Office of the Premier. That office has got a lot of responsibilities that have to do with governance, but I think we must just be careful that when we talk about are issues that relate to financial management and accountability. We're drawing them in because they've got a unit called Forensic Investigation Unit. And one of the things that they investigate, I don't think that we want to look at all the forensic investigations that they conduct. But it has to do with matters that relate to financial management and accountability. And the capacity that is there to investigate. For now, we thought it was more about unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. But in the explanation, it could be a little bit more than that. So we're saying on that specific matter, we will need to also have that relationship with the Office of the Premier. Just on that, without overtaking the work that is the responsibility of OCPOL, because OCPOL looks at all other things. So it's something that we'll have to look at, and how that office strengthens our oversight on those matters, but not only strengthen, how we support that office as well. So it's a two-way process. We're working together as partners, specifically on those matters. Any comments or questions or additions or different perspective? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. And mine is just to say we welcome that proposal, and we're looking forward to that. And also maybe just to add that the matters of public protector, for example, we are assisting, like they are saying, and if there are any other matters that they think they can still refer to us, they must proceed to do so. We will assist. So anytime when they refer a matter where they are not getting any response, we are able to always assist them. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. So then we're going to the big boss, the Office of the AG. I think that's the simplest relationship we have. And there isn't really a lot, because I can assure you, anytime we ask them for information or we ask them to assist us on issues of oversight, they are readily available. So there isn't really much to say. The only thing is that they have challenged us that the problem with our oversight is that we deal with things when they have happened. It's better to ensure that there's sufficient financial controls, effective financial controls. Now, the bigger problem that is there, it has to do, Secretary, with the rules of the legislature. Because, let me just simplify, with departments, this is what they do. So portfolio committees, I'm going to put a scenario, let's not argue whether it happens in the legislature or not, in the way I'm going to do it. At the beginning of each year, financial year, portfolio committees receive what they call APPs of departments. In the way things should be happening is that they should be able to engage those and see if these APPs are going to assist in achieving the objective, which is basically delivery of service to our people and ensuring that it makes interventions, things like this and that. So that by the time the budget comes, it's able to support the APP in the way that has been agreed upon, and then continue to monitor it on a quarterly basis. But with SCOPA, we only come today. What we are discussing now happened it 6 months ago? No, even not 6 months. Yes. Happened, it's the period, the 31st of March this year. So what's going to happen? We are going to get in a process of engaging, getting to get information. We are going to table our recommendations in December. Then we want the departments to respond to us and tell us what they've done. We want those reports in April. We want the reports of 12 months, 13 months ago, we want them now to tell us what they've done. And that's the point that was raised about the effectiveness. What are we doing? So we just want to see. So they say, no, that's how SCOPA works, which we accept. So we are saying, to be able to enhance that, we need to enhance it because it must have a meaning. We can't just be asking you what you did last time. We must know, if we say to you, we recommend you do this, we must know that what we are recommending is not only applicable 13 months ago, it's going to assist you even moving forward. So this is something that we started early this year. So we think that this challenge by the AG that we must look at oversight on preventative controls means that SCOPA, to a certain extent, working with Finance Portfolio Committee, should be able to be satisfied that the financial controls that are put up at the beginning of the financial year are going to assist in preventing any financial mismanagement throughout the year. So that on the basis of that, we do then the oversight. This is what Mr. Naidu, should I say Dr. Naidu? Okay. This is what he refers to. He says it's ex ante oversight. So the bigger issue is we should be able to, because as things stand, it is the responsibility of the accounting officer to establish such, ensure implementation, and report if there are problems. But then it's the responsibility of the executive authority, MEC and Premier, to then do oversight on the accounting officer. But look at the reports we're having now. I'm not saying that MECs and the Premier are not doing their work. The point we're making is that we need to work as partners to ensure that there's assurance on prevention and all those kind of things that are happening there. So it is in that regard. We've tried the system this year. We found that it works. What it means is, based on the resolutions that we took last year in December, we got responses of what departments have done to address those things that happened 13 months ago. Then we asked them, given what the interventions you are making, because when we spoke to them, it was already after the end of the financial year, the 31st of March. What impact have they made in the financial year that ended? Because what's the point of coming with a solution that only works then? It's not sustainable. Then we also engaged with them and said, given what you're saying, do you think these plans, these interventions you are giving to us are going to help us moving forward? So in the financial year that we already started, so we expect that by the end of March next year, these plans must be sustainable, must be able to, are you going to amend some of them to ensure that there's, so in that way, we are also assisting to ensure that there's no gap, there are no gaps on issues of financial management and accountability. So that's the approach that we have taken. So I'm saying the Office of the AG has been instrumental in that. There is a report that they've been issuing, but I think they were disturbed by COVID because they had to do real-time audit, which has to do with, they call it the, what of report, status of records review. Is that how you call it? Yes. status of records review. It's on a quarterly basis. And they go to departments and assist them to move with it. So that's why you also say that this role played by the call them the audit committees, it could be helpful in this regard. If you read what the audit reports committees are like, I mean, if you go to the annual report, these audit committees are more about, we've got the information, they make recommendations, but you don't get a sense that they've got powers to, if we didn't do it, then what? We need something like this. So I think the problem is the misunderstanding of the PFMA. Our understanding is that the implementers are the accounting officers. But the executive authorities have to ensure that there's proper oversight, and we need to see them as our partners. Or they also must see us as their partners. So what I'm saying then is that when it comes to the office of the AG, they've challenged us, this is what we need to do, and we need to focus. We might have to go to the legislature and see how some of the things and the rules and stuff and the way things are done, we engage with it if the legislature feels. Because, which is my last comment, there's been a lot of scrutiny of oversight in South Africa, especially through they call it the Zondo Commission? Let me use that word. And the inadequacies of oversight. I think the main thing is the concern raised by Dr. Naidu and the challenge that is brought by the AG. If we keep on just focusing on ex post facto, I'm not saying we shouldn't, that's what we must do. That's why we want to enhance it. But we also need to ensure that throughout we are able to. So let me leave it there. That's the issue then. I don't know what the comments are. And I'll appreciate the office of the AG also if they were to comment. It will be nice to hear their comment. Any comments? Yes, Melissa.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, we on the same page in terms of the role that the AG plays. Our role and mandate is also to enable you as an oversight body to fulfill your role. I think what you also said goes hand in hand with what we're also promoting as an office in terms of our new strategy, which is the accountability ecosystem, where everyone has a responsibility in terms of assisting one another to ensure we fulfill the roles that we're supposed to play. And the provincial legislatures are key in terms of that accountability ecosystem. And it's something you'll hear about quite a bit on different platforms too. So we are available, Chair, to enable you in whichever way you require that to, obviously, for you to provide your oversight. And I do agree with you, we do encourage preventative rather than detective. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments? Eletu. Yeah, it's ours. That means it's ours. Not the hours here, Paul, it's ours. Yeah, okay. No, if that's the case, then let me just do the last thing then, just so that there's clarity. So this is what it means. It means tomorrow morning, we are going to be receiving details of each audit from the senior managers of each. So, health department, they'll count the senior manager will come and say, we've done the audit, these are the issues, this is what came out, they give us the details. We have invited the chairpersons to be here when that is done, because they also have an understanding of other things we don't know, because they are there. In most cases, as we do that, in fact, in all cases, we also invite the Gauteng Provincial Treasury. That's the relationship we also have. So they can assist us with understanding, so they'll be part of that process. Our partners from the municipalities, we always share best practice with them. We understand that we are governed by we do oversight on two separate legislation. They do on MFMA, we do PFMA and FAMPLA. But
some of the things are the same, treasury regulations, you name them, but it is, and also there's this thing of, in our case, there's also separation of powers, and there's a problem. So, but within that context, that's why they are here to observe. We learn from them sometimes, so they'll be part of us as we go through that, understand each of those reports. In the afternoon tomorrow, as members of the committee, we'll now break into the smaller groups to then interrogate each report. So we're going to say the Public Protector's report on health said 1, 2, 3, 4. What is the information you must still follow up with the department? Because you can't take it without getting information. So what is the information we need from the department? Maybe we need them to tell us why are they not following up? Why are they not implementing the report of the Public Protector? What happened to this information, to that one? Then we go to the Public Service Commission, we'll have the report. We say, we want them to report to us. Okay, we've looked at it, health, we think these are the problems, please account. The Treasury and the AG is almost the same. Treasury gave us more further information, and we are going to get more tomorrow. So based on the audit report, when they say irregular expenditure, what happened? Tell us. Why didn't you prevent? So these are the things, these are the questions we are going to generate tomorrow, so that we can have follow-up with the departments giving us more information. So when we're done with producing those questions, we'll be done with the session. So we'll take those questions to the departments. Normally they've got 7 days to respond. And then when they've responded, our researchers then sit down and do the following. Say, these are the responses, but what different are these responses from the previous 2 reports? Because the legislature wants us to report and say, when we report, we must give comparison to what happened in the past. Has there been movement or not? So they must be able to do that. Then they'll come to the committee with the research, which takes into consideration all these things. We look at the report. If we are of the view that we want to call the department to appear before us, based on the research report, we'll do so. So we'll then call the department and engage them on one-on-one. One-on-one means the committee and them. The legislature's policy, it's a policy, is that when we do engage with departments, we need to ensure there's public participation. So we must ensure that the public know we're going to, and we must ensure that they've got access to our discussions and they've got a right to make comments. Let me give a practical example. Let's say we engage health on issues of governance that has to do with financial management. We can call the hospital boards to assist us to understand what is happening. I'm making examples. So those are the things that we have to, the legislature requires that we must do. And then after that, we will then look, after that session, we normally then look at the whole report. Our coordinators then produce the report with recommendations. The committee look at it, make additions or subtractions, and then adopt the report, which then becomes the report we table in the House with recommendations. If the House adopt that report, those recommendations become resolutions of the House. We have challenged ourselves that the resolutions we come with must take into consideration what we've discussed here. So it must not be the resolutions of why didn't you do. It must be a resolution that says, why didn't you do? How are you going to make sure that this current financial year, those things are prevented and also moving forward? Thank you. I'm not sure if there's any other comments as well or questions. Members, you can also contribute because this is a system we've agreed as a team that we must follow it. Are there any comments or questions? Okay, thank you very much. So some of these things are better if you do them practically.
And we've already started that process. So we're supposed to finish at 6. We finished early. So we're done for today. We are going to start tomorrow with those that we've invited. So if some of you as our stakeholders, you want to be there, you can stay. There's no problem with that. But we really want the chairpersons of the various committees and also the Gauteng Provincial Treasury will be represented like we always do. And then we are going to be engaged to be briefed by the Office of the AG. Without any waste of time, thank you very much. We are meeting tomorrow at 9.